Hello. Buongiorno. Buenos días. Bonjour. Good morning. Possiamo cominciare? Roberta Latini, tu parli troppo. Eppure Ramassa parla un po' troppo, per i miei gusti. Sì. Sono quelle persone chiave che niente, sono un disastro. Qua ci sono le ultimissime persone che si stanno iscrivendo e a questo punto lascio tanto Fabio Papini, il direttore di AgriStudio, a fare un salutino iniziale.
Allora, buongiorno a tutti, anzitutto vi ringrazio per essere venuti al convegno Lifestyle Crossing in questa bella città antica, che in questa location storica anche molto, molto bella, che ha dato antica anche perché era un vecchio municipio romano, quindi si parla di oltre 2000 anni fa, e che ha dato i natali a Ovidio. Vi ringrazio in particolare le persone che sono venute a questo convegno, i 13 partner del progetto che sono localizzati in 4 nazioni europee, la Spagna con 2 partner, l'Italia e la Grecia con 4 partner e infine la Romania con 2. Questo progetto ovviamente ha lo scopo di sensibilizzare le persone, gli automobilisti e comunque tutto i guidatori delle macchine, insomma, all'interno della rete stradale per diminuire l'impatto che ci può essere negli incidenti stradali che possono avvenire e che avvengano con frequenza, purtroppo, nelle strade europee. Ringrazio anche i relatori che sono qui presenti e che daranno un contributo notevole al convegno, portando le loro professionalità e le loro esperienze, e quindi io non vorrei farvi perdere altro tempo e passerei la parola direttamente al responsabile del progetto, Annette Mertens di AgriStudio, che inizierà a presentare, insomma, le attività che si svolgeranno all'interno di questo convegno. Vi ringrazio e ringrazio tutti della vostra presenza e della vostra collaborazione, in particolare i partner che si sono veramente prodigati a portare avanti il progetto, impegnandosi e riuscendo poi a realizzarlo nel migliore dei modi e portando, insomma, un contributo notevole a questa iniziativa. Grazie ancora.
Grazie Fabio. Thank you, Fabio. Okay. Hi to everybody. I'm very, very happy to see you here. Sorry for those who arrived very late yesterday in the evening. Hope you managed to have a good sleep and are fresh now and full of power. Then sorry for this brief delay, which we had due to some problems with the registration. Then you arrived to this beautiful city of Sulmona, where when we decided to make the meeting here, we were expecting that usually in May there is at least 25 degrees and a lot of sun, and we were scared that it would be too hot. Unfortunately, I mean, nothing to say, but the weather is probably going to get even worse. So sorry for this. This is not in our power of organization, luckily, but hope you're not going to get too wet. So just a couple of things. First of all, for the speakers, as I told you, but I remind you that every speaker has 20 minutes, except for Tony, who has half an hour. 20 minutes, questions included. So it's up to you if you want to speak for 20 minutes and then take the questions at the end of the session, of the morning session and of the afternoon session, or if you want to speak a little bit shorter and take 1 or 2 questions. We have a tool which we use usually in order to be, it's a typical German thing like me. These things which I will sit down there and show the speakers these signs at the 17th minute and the 19th minute, so that you know that you are approaching the end of your time. And I ask you to please stick to the timing, because you know that these it's not nice when you arrive at very late in the evening with the meeting. Then another thing, I think most of you or many of you received a questionnaire. Please, I asked you to please fill it in, because we need that for the project, for a general project evaluation, which we will, let's say, submit to the Commission at the end of the project. So we would appreciate if you could fill that in and deliver it back to the registration desk. And the last logistic issue, you received in your bag a yellow safety vest. For those who will participate in the excursion tomorrow, please bring it with you, because we will be on the road, and so you will need it. Okay, that being said, I would start with my presentation. Mi dai la presentazione? So I am making a brief presentation of what the Life Safe Crossing project is, in the frame of which we are here. Well, and I take the opportunity of this moment to tell you that after the first session, there will be the coffee break in the back of this room. We wanted first to do it outside, but due to the weather, we decided to do it in here. So let's say exchange a little bit places in order not to squeeze all in the back. Okay, grazie. So the Life Safe Crossing project. Oh, sorry, 2 titles. The Life Safe Crossing project took place, or is still taking place, until August, because it started in 2018 and it's ending now in August 2023. And is developed in Greece, Spain, Romania, and Italy. The target species are bears, wolves, and Iberian lynx, although, I mean, of course, all, let's say, kind of mammals are benefiting from the project. We are 13 partners, public bodies, NGOs, and private companies. The public bodies are particularly important, also the others, of course, but because they are the ones which are also providing the permits for the activities on the roads, and also should guarantee somehow the sustainability of the activities, whereas the NGOs and private companies also bring a lot of technical know-how into the project. The objectives are, well, let's say the project is structured in 3 main sections. One is the monitoring. So first of all, the understanding of the amount of animal vehicle collisions, and also of the availability of crossing structures on the roads. The second part is the prevention of road kills and the attempt to reduce the level of fragmentation. And the third component is the raising of the awareness of people, in particular drivers, in order to improve the driving, or improve their driving behavior. So first of all, at the beginning of the project, for the monitoring part, we made an initial analysis of the already existing data. We used data about the telemetry data and data about animal killings on the road to make identify damage hotspots. Maybe Michal Bill, who is here, will say something about this later. Then we regularly monitored over 500 kilometers of roads by patrolling the roads and checking for dead animals. We monitored the traffic volume and speed in order to understand also the level of dangerousness of the roads. We used camera traps in order to better identify where are the passages of animals. And we made a characterization of the road segments, which means a description of the road segments, like the speed limits, the surrounding environment, the obstacles, etc. And putting all these things together, we selected the sites for the interventions. One of the main interventions of the project is the installation of 26 AVC, so animal vehicle collision prevention systems. There will be presentations about this later. I'm not going into detail, but these are systems which register the presence of animals on the road. When this happens, there is an alert sign for drivers and a speed measurement device, a radar Doppler. And if the car does not slow down, then there is a system which scares the animals away. And like this, since this device is triggered when there is only in situations in which there is an animal on the roadside and a car which is proceeding at high speed. This does not constitute a permanent barrier for animals, so it still allows permeability, and also it reduces the level of habituation. We associate this with the thermal cameras, which are important for us because they give very good images of what is happening on the road. So we use them not only for, let's say, for working in the system, but also to see what is happening on the roadsides, how the animals are reacting, etc. Another thing which we are doing is installing so-called virtual fence. This is, it's not the Svareflex device, which many of you know, but these are electronic devices powered by little solar panel, and they are placed on the roadsides. They are triggered by the lights of approaching cars, and they are placed in regular distances. And when they are activated, they build a sort of real virtual fence, and which is scaring animals away when cars are approaching. Regarding the defragmentation of the territory or improving connectivity, we have first of all mapped over 400 crossing structures using a standardized technique, which was developed mainly by Minuartia, our partner, and which meant the description of the underpasses, identification, description of the length, the width, let's say the surrounding conditions, etc. And on the basis of this, we have readapted over 100 underpasses, and this consisted in cleaning of debris and vegetation, planting plants to invite people, animals to use the underpass, installing fences, and also construction of structures that ease the passage of the animals in the underpasses. You will hear much more detail about this tomorrow. From the awareness raising point of view, we learned in the previous Life Strade projects through some polls that the awareness of the general public about the importance of the driving behavior for reducing animal vehicle collisions is very, very low. So people propose other strategies to reduce this phenomenon, but they are not aware that it's really important to drive responsibly. So what we did is we put a lot of, let's say, emphasis on these aspects to raise the awareness of drivers. We have hired a specialized company with which we have, first of all, developed 4 prototype road information panels. And then with 36 persons, we have tested those panels. We have showed them to these persons and tested them with the neuromarketing technique. This means that the people were shown these panels in a, let's say, in an artificial setting. And they were submitted to an electroencephalogram, and they had special glasses which registered the movement of the eyes. And like this, we were able to record, on the one hand, the emotional response of the people when they saw the panels, and on the other hand, also to understand which features of the panels people were maybe had more difficulty to see, or which were more attractive, etc. And therefore how the panels could be graphically improved. And like this, we were able to select the best panels and to improve them graphically in order to be optimal, hopefully. We have installed them 162 of those in all the roads of the project. We installed a lot because it's important to give a repeated message to people. And now we are monitoring the effectiveness of these panels through questionnaires, which we are submitting to people in the area of the roads. And there will be results shown tomorrow, but we already saw that we have a very good feedback on the one hand of the fact that people perceive the panels, that they really observe and notice the panels, and also that the panels really, at least for a part of the time, induce them to drive more slowly. Let's say as a replication of this, also the motorway company Strada dei Parchi has developed similar panels with the similar graphics, and on their own costs installed them in all the petrol stations on the motorway between Rome and let's say this area and the East Coast. So all these things were accompanied by awareness-raising activities like demonstrations of children's, activities with driving schools, activities with schools, production of videos. And of course, we did a lot of dissemination and networking activities in order to share our experiences with other projects, and also to disseminate to potentially interested users what we are doing, so that they learn about new tools that can be used for reducing the impact of linear infrastructures. We developed also a video game for children to, let's say, which are the future drivers, in order to attract, let's say, their attention on the issue, and also an app which should involve the people to more actively contribute to to signalizing accidents. So first of all, I need to thank, well, of course, the Commission, the European Commission, the LIFE program, which has funded the project. I thank the Green Fund, which in Greece has helped co-funding the activities. Then, apart from, of course, our partners, which are road authorities, there are two road authorities which are not project partners, but which have supported the project a lot. One is ANAS, the Italian Road Administration, which has been very supportive to give permits and to cooperate with us. And also in Romania, the CNAIR, well, the Romanian road company has also been very supportive. And so thanks to them also for making it possible to work on the road. And then I want to thank the organization which has helped to organize this conference, I'm Italy, and well, which made all this possible together with us. And the final thanks is to all our partners, the people who have worked with us, our colleagues, which has been cooperating and been very patient through meetings, writing reports, and getting their feedback to us and cooperating with us. So now I thank you for the attention, and I leave the word to Anthony Clevenger from the Montana State University, who started his career on large carnivore research and management in Europe, and then changed to road ecology, is now one of the leading experts in road ecology, working a lot all over the world. I heard some interesting stories he was telling, so I'm looking forward to hear what Anthony is telling us. Thanks for attention.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I want to thank Annette, Fabio, the organizers, for the invitation to be here at this conference, this final conference for the Life Safe Crossing program. It's quite a coincidence that 27 years ago, when I moved from Europe to Canada, I was working for the Large Carnivore Initiative in Europe, and I was really surprised to find that many of the people I was working with 27 years ago at the beginning are still working on this initiative in Europe, which is really testimony to the dedication of these people to see viable populations of large carnivores in Europe. When I moved to Canada, I really shifted my research from carnivore ecology and conservation to road ecology. At that time, road ecology was really in its infancy. There wasn't a lot of research. There wasn't a lot of data. But today, the amount of information we have has really increased exponentially. So that's important because roads are some of the major agents of habitat fragmentation on the planet. They're a cause for severe losses of biodiversity and their declines worldwide. And we need to deal with them because they're not going to be going away. There's just increasing numbers of transportation infrastructure projects happening worldwide. And it's not just, the remote areas far from civilization, but we are finding that these urban areas are going to be increasing too, to 1.2 million square kilometers globally by 2030. So these impacts that we have, these anthropogenic human-related impacts on the planet, where we live, are quite severe and need attention. And we definitely lived in a paved planet. Roads get us everywhere we want to go, typically very efficiently, quickly. 12 million kilometers of roads have been built up until 2000, and we're going to see a doubling of that by 2050. So it's actually 25 million kilometers of lanes of roads, not new roads, but actually lanes of traffic. And that's enough to reach Mars. I mean, it's really staggering when you think about that amount of new road systems or additional expanded roads on our planet. So my talk really this morning is to show how this landscape of transportation has been changing in the last 25 years. We've seen just a huge increase in the number of scientific publications, number of research projects dedicated to looking at road impacts, not only on the environment, but also wildlife populations and biodiversity. The very first publications were in 1998, really, the summary publications by Ian Spellerberg in New Zealand, Richard Foreman at Harvard University. And today, if you pick up if you subscribe to the scientific journals, every month there's papers on impacts of roads, on wildlife, on vegetation, on landscape ecology. So it's really becoming pretty much mainstream in the ecological community, the scientific community. And that's important because we need that information to increase our knowledge base to inform management, transportation management. 25 years ago, the transportation agencies, the ministries, and the environmental sector, fish and wildlife, natural resources management, they rarely talked. They didn't know each other. And so today, we find in many places that, these coordinations and collaborations exist. And we know that the impacts of roads don't end at the edge of the pavement, but they extend far beyond into the ecosystem, into the larger land base. So it's important to have this coordination between transportation and natural resources management. And that's becoming mainstream also. Policies, there are many more policies today that we find that help not only have more ecologically sustainable highways, but policies that reduce wildlife vehicle collisions, that increase ecological connectivity. The public and local communities are engaged. They're more informed than they are today than 25 years ago. And that's extremely important, I find, to get the, what we call the grassroots support, the local support, the pressure on the local politicians, the pressure at the national level to have these ecologically sustainable highways. And our planning approaches have changed. 25 years ago, it was all based on project by project. So where is this infrastructure project? What can we do to reduce wildlife vehicle collisions? Now we're looking at the larger landscape. This is just a map on the left of the Yellowstone to Yukon ecoregion, about 3,000 kilometers. The areas in green are protected areas. And we know that those areas are too small to have, even the larger ones are too small to have viable populations of large carnivores. We can protect this entire Yellowstone to Yukon ecoregion as though it was all green. But if you could look at this map and zoom in, there are 6 east-west running highways that bisect that ecoregion. So we can protect all that area, but eventually you need to get them across the road. And if you don't, those protected areas are still isolated. So that's really important to recognize. And the conservation community recognized that probably about a decade ago, that it's not just about land conservation, it's about land conservation and getting animals across the road. And so we know a lot about what are effective measures. What are the proven measures that reduce wildlife vehicle collisions, that increase safe passage across our roads? And we've gone beyond collecting roadkill data. 25 years ago, 20 years ago, most of the publications were about, where animals were killed, what species were killed, maybe where the hotspots are, maybe about what are the factors that influence where these collisions occur, where these mortalities occur. So we really have gone beyond that. That's still important data. It's one part of the data needs that we have. But we have all these amazing tools out there. We can develop, modeling techniques using resource selection functions for a given species. We can run circuitscape models to identify these important areas of connectivity across roads. This graph on the right is really interesting, I think, because it shows modeling along 140 kilometers of highway in the Yucatan and Mexico. This is a paper by Dalia Conde and Fernando Colchedo. And the gray histograms show where male jaguars cross the road based on these connectivity models. And you can see there's probably about a half a dozen locations that sort of stand out as important for male jaguars. But we know that it's not about getting males across the road, it's about getting breeding females across the road, which is critical. And so they modeled female movement in these connectivity models, and you can see that it's very different from the males. And there's really only one main location where breeding females are crossing the road or would be crossing the road, and possibly 2 locations. So this is really critical information for maintaining the genetic connectivity of these populations. And we can think about that in the same way in terms of the importance of breeding females in populations and where they cross the road, and also what type of crossing structure types are important. This is the results of our research project in Banff National Park in Canada. It was a 17-year research project, and for me, this was the most important research result that we had in the 17 years. And we were able to show during that time not only what is important, what type of crossing structures grizzly bears choose or important, but we actually were able to determine what type is important for breeding females. And we did that actually by just looking at the camera data. It was actually quite simple. And it was my assistant, Adam Ford, at the time, who said, basically, we've got 12 years of camera data. Why don't we see where the females with young are crossing, and then the individuals, the solitary bears. And the solitary bears were adult male, were basically males. So we knew where the family units were crossing, where the families were crossing, the breeding females, and then the males. And this showed that these big structures were used by the breeding females. the overpasses, and the big viaducts, the big underspans, the big open span crossing structure, whereas the males were using the other structures. And this is extremely important because if we're going to be building crossing structures for grizzly bears in the Rocky Mountains, we need to know what type of structure is going to get breeding females across the highway. If we can't do that, then we're not mitigating the highway. And there's lots of misconceptions. I'm sure many of you have heard these. I've heard them a lot of times in the 25 years I've been working. You know, people say, well, you know, it's only deer that use these crossing structures. Well, no, we've been able to prove that it's not deer. You know, it's 8, 9, 10, all the species that are in the area. That the populations aren't benefiting from having these crossing structures in place. It's just individuals, you know, and maybe it's just one big male grizzly bear that goes back and forth, you know, 200 times during the year. No, I mean, we've been able to show that it's males and females, that there is genetic connectivity. You've heard this also, that, you know, the predators are sitting at the entrances to the underpasses, which isn't true. And that overpasses cost too much. We can't build these things. Well, you know, there was a international crossing design competition, ARC, which basically showed that we can build these things for a lot less than what the engineers are building them today if they really think about building them innovatively, new materials, new techniques. And also we know that the cost benefits of these structures pay for themselves in 10 to 20 years time in terms of reducing property damage, vehicles, reducing human injury, and reducing human fatalities in these collisions with wildlife. And last, that there's these altered activity patterns that, you know, animals are just using these crossing structures, you know, at the dead of night when it's quiet, when there's hardly any traffic. You know, in Banff, we had 24 crossing structures with cameras. We had timestamps. We compared those 24 crossing structures, the activity patterns of 8 species of large mammals, with 40 cameras that were in the backcountry, not a, you know, 5 kilometers minimum from the highway, and they were the exact same activity patterns. And the geographies of really where you know the focus has been is changing in these last 25 years. And there are really, you know, it is, you know, I tend to think of it as a battle, because these are conflicts. And you know, we have this transportation infrastructure that's coming online, and we have biodiversity which is declining, and we need to protect it. And, you know, here in Europe, also in North America, other places in these developed economies, we're really quite fortunate. We have 25 years of initiatives, best practices. We have handbooks that have been written and then revised and updated. You know, there's a second generation of practitioners. Many of you are in the audience today, you know, that are benefiting from the work of others. Hans Becker here in Europe, you know, Gary Evink, Richard Foreman in North America, you know, that really sort of pioneered the way. We have 25 years or more of policy and an engaged public, you know, a public that is informed and educated for the most part. And we have financial mechanisms that are in place in these governments. You know, we have road safety mechanisms in place, policies. We have connectivity policies that are in place. And we have these measures. We have these policies in place that actually allow for the implementation of these measures. But in these emerging economies, really the 3 big continents of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, that isn't the case. And this is where most of the transportation infrastructure are going to be taking place in the next 25 years. On these continents, in many of the nations there are no data, there is no legislation, there are no best practices or handbooks based on science. And we have problems with poaching still, even in protected areas. So you may be able to put in the biggest, the most beautiful wildlife overpass in a protected area, but if there's poaching going on, it's not going to help. And habitat protection is a big problem as well, with new roads going in and access, you know, human settlements coming in, mining, forest removal, etc. And many of you have heard of the Belt and Road, the 21st Century Silk Road. This is promoted by the Chinese government in Asia and also Europe, and now it's actually moved into Latin America. Almost $1 trillion of investments into transportation infrastructure. And in Africa, there's a development corridors program, which is more than 30 projects, almost 55,000 kilometers of new roads and rails. In South America, the IRSA program, similar 600 projects, huge investments. And all of these in these three main continents, Africa, Asia, and Latin America, 90% of these transportation infrastructure projects are scheduled to take place there. And these are important tropical, subtropical ecosystems, some of the most biologically diverse and biologically rich places on the planet. Nepal is one interesting example. This is, I've been working there the last 4 years with the Asian Development Bank, but it's an interesting country. It's sandwiched between two big superpowers, India to the south and China to the north. Very rich in terms of biodiversity because of the extremely severe elevation gradient from the lowlands bordering India and the Terai Arc landscape, the mid hills, and then we have the high mountains, the Himalayas that are bordering China. So there's an amazing amount of biodiversity, but also there's transportation projects that are linking those two main countries of China and India together. But if you look at Nepal, east-west, there's almost a 2,000 kilometer postal highway, which is constructed and being expanded. This is impacting the ranges of tigers, one-horned rhinoceros, Asian elephants. And then in addition to that, there's a 1,000 kilometer east-west railway, which is planned. So we have these cumulative impacts, not just of the roads, but also of the railway, which is adjacent to it. And this is from the area that I've been working in. This one stretch of highway is about 100 and it's slightly more than 100 kilometers from Narangat to Butwal. Again, it's just north of Chitwan National Park, which is the crown jewel of Asia's national parks, an important wildlife sanctuary, biodiverse reserve. And on this stretch of highway, the initial baseline biodiversity assessment recommended only 5 underpasses. And the USAID, which is a stakeholder of the Asian Development Bank, got wind of these recommendations and basically withheld funds to the Asian Development Bank, which basically put the project on hold until they could do a proper baseline biodiversity assessment. This is the section of highway that I was working on with a team out of Vancouver and also with a team in Kathmandu. Similar, about 140 kilometers from Narangat to Hetauda and Pathlaya, bordering the north part of Chitwan National Park, and then the east side of bisecting Parsa National Park. 2 very important wildlife corridors there, outside of north of Chitwan, north-south, and then east in Parsa. And on this stretch of highway, we've recommended they're going to be building 2,000 meter long viaducts on this stretch of highway to address this problem of the lack of connectivity. And this really took place because we pressured the Department of Roads in Nepal using the precedents of the previous road where they did it wrong, that the money was going to be withheld if they didn't do it properly, and if they didn't abide by the Asian Development's sustainable safeguard policy statement. So it's important to see how, in some of these projects, using precedents, bad precedents, and also pressuring to get the best mitigation possible eventually can work out that way. And so you've probably heard a lot about the 30 by 30, 30% by 2030. This is a result of the COP 15 actions in the Montreal last winter. The Global Environmental Facility has developed a greening transportation infrastructure development integrated program. This is a project that I've been working on with the Asian Development Bank for Nepal. And if this project goes through, there will be between $2 to $3 million in a 5-year period to invest in 3 things, basically institutionalizing ecological sustainably ecological highways in the Nepalese road system. So that's what we call upstream planning, looking at where are the major areas for conflicts, and then downstream planning, so looking at these project level impacts, and then most importantly, increasing capacity. So training courses, and training courses. Because of the need for this, the IUCN and the World Commission on Protected Areas developed the Connectivity Conservation Specialist Group in 2015. And like the Yellowstone to Yukon example I gave earlier, this specialist group recognized that roads are a huge impact. Roads and rails are a huge impact in connectivity conservation. So they developed a transport working group, basically a subgroup within the specialist group. Oops. And within this, there is one global sort of umbrella transport working group, but there's also 2 subgroups that have been developed. One is the Asian Elephant Transport Working Group, and the other is based on a geography, not a species, but it's based on Latin America. And this Latin American Transport Working Group, this really was formed to unify the efforts of all the Latin American countries to get up to speed with building roads that are wildlife friendly in their countries. This was really logical. It was really intuitive because many of the Latin American countries have the common language of Spanish. The political systems are relatively similar. Cultures are relatively similar also. So instead of having everybody working in isolation and not sharing, not coordinating, not transferring technology, that's the objective of this group, to have everybody working together and getting everything streamlined and making roads more wildlife friendly. So technical guidelines and best management practices have been developed for, these are just a couple from Costa Rica and Mexico. There's others in Brazil, also in Colombia that have been developed. So just to summarize, yeah, there's been a lot of changes in these last 25 years, but it's really a race. It's still a race between, transportation infrastructure development and how we can not only protect these areas, but also make sure that development, if it's going to happen, is done in an ecologically sustainable way. There are a lot of political interests, of course, in many of these projects, but the important thing is that these projects be done correctly and they be done in an ecologically sustainable way. The example in Nepal is a good example where it wasn't one highway expansion wasn't being done in an ecologically sustainable way, but it was able to be changed. Capacity and increase and training is hugely important in these 3 continents, because they are basically where we were 25 years ago in Europe and North America. They're still just getting a grasp of what these impacts are. What does a wildlife overpass look like? Some of the basic things. And implementation. Obviously, there's big differences between the developed nations that we live in. Fortunately, and these developing nations and these developing economies, which are far behind. Some nations in these developing economies have really not even started yet. Others are quite advanced. Costa Rica, Mexico, for example, Malaysia as well. But there's a big gap. And we're finding also that these multilateral development banks are extremely important. They play a critical role, not just in providing the funding or releasing the funding, but also the permitting. So in terms of the Life Safety Crossing project, there's a lot that could be done. I mean, we know the importance of transferring technology, transferring information. The research results can help inform. So publishing in scientific journals is extremely important. And then getting that information out to social media, as opposed to not just the traditional means of scientific journals, but but we all know that social media is extremely important in informing, getting involved. You know, there is this transport working group that people can get involved in to make a difference. And last, this knowledge transfer. You know, we are subject matter specialists, and there's places really out there in the world where, you know, they need our help. They were where we were, you know, 25 years ago, and this is important, and it can make a big difference. Thank you very much. Is there time for questions, or do you want to get on? Okay. Sure. Okay, I'll be around.
No, I was so fascinated yesterday by the story which you were saying about the mountain lions in
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe if you would want to.
Yeah, some of you have probably heard about what's called the Liberty Canyon Wildlife Overpass. It's in Los Angeles. It's basically a population south of it's Highway 101, which goes north out of Los Angeles, and south of the highway is the Santa Monica National Recreation Area, which is basically a national park bordered on the south by the Pacific Ocean, and it's an island. And we have this highway of 10 lanes of traffic, which is bordering it, which is fragmenting the population. There's a population of mountain lions of about a dozen that are in this national recreation area, this protected area, and they're isolated. They can't get out. They're isolated, and you know they've captured everyone. They've been radio collared. They've been studied for 25 years. They know every mountain lion's name, but they can't get out because of the highway. And then mountain lions on the north side of the highway, where there is a healthy population, can't get in either. So it's basically trapped. It's this genetic, bottleneck, this genetic sink that we call it. And so they've decided to build a 50-meter wide wildlife overpass to connect these populations. And it's a high profile project. It's received a lot of attention. Some of the individual mountain lions are, they call them as famous as Brad Pitt, in Los Angeles, because, they're in the news, and one of these mountain lions has actually crossed the highway successfully. I don't know how it did it, but it crossed and it ended up in Balboa Park and lived there for about 2 or 3 years. But it's an amazing example of how, how this information can be conveyed to the public and get public support. There's a huge amount of public support, not only in the project, but also in the California Department of Transportation isn't funding it, but it's funded by the Walter Annenberg Foundation, which is putting 40 million of the $70 million cost of the wildlife overpass, and the rest of the overpass is being funded by individuals, different individuals funding $5 or $10 million. So it's really an amazing example of how one infrastructure project can garner a lot of public attention and inform the public of the importance of these things, not just for mountain lions, but really for biodiversity. That part of Los Angeles is a really a unique place in terms of biodiversity. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tony. That was very interesting to see you give on the past 25 years, and you learn from your experiences. I was wondering, there has happened a lot during the past 25 years. I fully agree with that. But if we look into the future and we see that there's this urgency to quickly change the situation, what would be your one major recommendation to speed up the development?
Training. I think training is really the most important. Getting, and that's why, if Nepal, this is just one country in the Global Environment Facility Project, but you know, what you could do by training transportation practitioners, primarily Ministry of Transportation, Department of Roads, the permitting agencies in a lot of these countries, which are the ones that eventually release the funds. Yeah, I think that's really and the banks. You know, the bank, we tend to forget about the banks, but you know, they have a lot of control over these projects and how they're done, and whether or not these mitigation measures are done properly and funded properly. So it's really, I think the training, the education, the training component is extremely important for the. And when I say transportation practitioners, it's not just Ministry of Transportation people, but, you know, environmental, the engineering consulting firms, the environmental consulting firms that are going out to do these impact assessments poorly, you know, and then the projects are getting approved. So I really think the training is critical. Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot, Tony. Yes,
Next one, yeah.
just very, very short, because we are already just very short.
Yeah, actually, in both presentations this morning, there is no a single word on the impact on this infrastructure on the landscape, especially considering that we are talking about national parks. So this is not a priority?
What's that? The outside of the national parks? Oh, inside of course. Yeah. The impacts are the same inside as well as outside. There are areas that there are places outside of national parks that might be, you know, even better preserved than the national parks. Yeah, the national parks are important. You know, Chitwan and Nepal is a national park. There are many national parks which are being impacted by transportation infrastructure hugely. And there's some guidelines which are going to be coming out here shortly in the next 3 or 4 months by IUCN, a handbook that's just specifically about linear transportation infrastructure impacts in protected areas. So yeah, that's those are the areas we need to preserve, but also these areas outside of the protected areas too. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Tony, for this really interesting overview. So I think this has set a good frame for now going into more detailed part. Now I leave, well, Carme will moderate the first session. We entering the first session, and you there. And,
No, thank you, Tony. It's been really a big pleasure to listen to you, to make this trip together along these 25 years and have with us one of the biggest experts in the world, I think, combining knowledge on brown bears and knowledge on roads. So great beginning of our session. And now we are going to practice what he has recommended. Capacity building, transfer of knowledge is a key issue. So let's begin with our first talk. I invite the speaker, Simone Ricci from Agri Studio. Sorry, I can not only introduce you your talk, Simone, I would like to remark also the extremely important role that Simone has been developing along all these years. Thank you very much for helping to the coordination so softly, but the last time so strong coordinator. So now Simone is going to introduce us this animal vehicle collision prevention system. It's all to you.
Okay, thank you, Carme, and good morning to everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here, finally in presence. And okay. In this presentation, I will show you the functioning of the animal vehicle collision prevention system and the main technical details of its component, while the evaluation of the system will be discussed in the next presentation by Giovanna and Antonio. So it's mainly a descriptive presentation. And the animal vehicle collision prevention system is one of the most important, we can say, mitigation tool developed in the frame of Life Safe Crossing project. It's firstly developed in a previous life project, Life Strade, and now it's implemented because, as you can easily understand, technology goes ahead very fast. In this scheme is simply summarize the functioning of the AVCPS. As you can see with number one, with a series of sensor or a thermal camera are installed to detect the presence of animal near the road. When these devices are triggered, this information goes to the central unit, here indicated with number 2. The central unit is the heart of the system because controls the different components. Once the central unit receives the information from the sensor or the thermal camera, it turns on the flashing light panels for driver, inviting them to slow down. On the pole of the flashing light panel, there is a radar Doppler that measures the speed of the vehicle. If the approaching vehicle exceeds 50 kilometers per hour, then the central unit, okay, this is the radar Doppler. If, as I said, if the speed of the car is more than 50 kilometers per hour, then the central unit activates the acoustic scaring device. That it means a series of sounds that in order to prevent the road crossing of animal when there is a vehicle. The added value of this system is that in the central unit there is a modem that sends an email for each activation of the AVCPS, and also sends information about the proper functioning of the system. So we have the possibility to really check the functioning and to really evaluate its effectiveness. In the frame of the project, we installed 26 of the system, 10 in Italy. We started in Maiella National Park at the end of 2020, and then in Abruzzo National Park and in Terni province. In the other country, the AVCPS are already installed in Romania. We start last month the installation in Spain, while in Greece it will be finalized next month. The AVCPS, you have to think as a mitigation measure that is not a fixed one in terms of composition, but it's a system that you have to adapt to the local condition. It means that in open area you can use thermal camera, and while in forested area or widespread area in terms of crossing of animal, it's better to use sensors. So in the frame of the project, we have installed AVCPS with 1 thermal camera or with 2 thermal camera, AVCPS with only sensor, or both sensor and thermal camera. So it's important to adapt to the local condition. Just to show you some of the technical details of the components, The PIR sensor, as I said, are used to detect the animal approaching the road. So it's important to cover all the trails or the paths used by the animal to cross the road. The detection distance is maximum 12 meters, but it depends on the height of installation. And in order to detect also small animals, as you see in the photo, we install at the very low distance from the ground. The latency of time, then we come back on this, is you can program the sensor to have a standby of 5 seconds or 2 minutes, and it's in order to save the battery. For each AVCPS, you can install a maximum of 12 PIR sensor, and the PIR sensor can be installed at a maximum distance of 200 meters from the central unit. In order to test the effectiveness of the PIR sensor, we made a lot of trials. We use Lila, the dog of Annette. It's very important because it's more or less 10 kilos of dog. So it's important to understand if the sensor is effective also in the case of this animal. The other tool used to detect the animal presence is the thermal camera. The thermal camera we used as a maximum distance of detection distance of 100 meters, because we have a field of view of more or less 90 degrees, because for us it's important to try to detect both sides of the road. The thermal camera, as you see in the in this photo, can be programmed in terms of the area that we want to be the detection area, and we can program also the detection area considering the direction of movement of the animals. And as you see, this thermal camera has 2 lenses, one, so we can have 2 options to see the image, a thermal image or a visual one. And for each activation of the thermal camera, we receive 3 snapshots of the detected animal. The central unit, as I said before, is the heart of the system. There is a microprocessor that controls all the components of the AVCPS. Is powered by a battery of 55 ampere, and he has a big solar panel of 200 watt. The other component is the flashing light panels for driver. It's composed by 2 elements. The one is the traditional wildlife crossing sign with 2 flashing lights, and below there is an alphanumeric sign that as I said, this panel is activated every time the PIR sensor or the thermal camera detect an animal. And at this time, the central unit activates the writings animal on the road. Then, if the radar Doppler detects an approaching car, it starts to flashing the lights start flashing, and also the writings start to switch from animal on the road slow down. And the panels are, we generally install the panels from 200 to 300 meters from the central unit, because we have to consider the time for a driver to arrive in the area where can be a potential crossing for the wildlife. The acoustic scaring device is different track sounds. We use dog barkings, voice of hunters, sounds of explosion. it's clear there is an MP3 audio player and the loudspeakers. The acoustic scaring device is activated only when there is the simultaneous presence of an animal and approaching vehicle. Just to show an example. This is the voice of hunters. And, you know, for us, for me, Annette and Gianpaolo, this track sound is a sort of evergreen because we start to use it in live strade. So we are very, okay, for us, it's very funny and important to continue to use this track sound. Okay, coming back to the system, another added value of the AVCPS that we can control in real time the functioning of the AVCPS through a specific app with which we can turn on, turn off the system, check all the activation and if the different components are properly functioned. Also, where we use thermal camera, we can check the situation in real time. These are examples from Romania and Terni province, and so we can check in real time using thermal or visual mode. For each activation, as I said before, of the thermal camera, we receive three snapshots. This is images taken from one of the AVCPS installed in Maiella. This is deer, wolves. This is wild boar. And it's important just to show you the sensitivity. The white spot on the left are a mouse, while in the right is an hare. The mouse, clearly, we understand what it is because we can have the possibility through another app to see the video because seeing the movement of animal, we can also detect the species. It's clear that there are cases in which we can see only a white spot when the animal is far away from the thermal camera. But we have the possibility also to download video. This is one of the video showing the functioning of the system. We don't have the audio, but now the acoustic scaring device is triggered, and so the car passes. So, okay. And we can say also that thermal camera is also important, and we will, and Giovanna and Antonio show you, also discuss this later, also to have information about Animal Crossing. This is an area that we will visit tomorrow, where it's an area where the wolves cross very often the national road. And so it's very interesting to have this kind of video, because as I said, even if the car doesn't pass in this case, but the thermal camera detect the presence of animal and start to record the movie. So it's very interesting. Okay, in the case of PIR sensor, clearly we don't have any images of its activation. So we use okay. We use to install camera traps in order to try to understand which species activate the system. Okay, and what we can say that, okay, it's clearly depends on the model of camera traps, but we can say that the PIR sensor work very well, and in general, okay, we have to analyze the data and considering different parameters, but we can say we have very few problems of false alarm. So it's another way to test the effectiveness of the sensor. All the activation of the system are collected and stored in a specific software where we can check and have a complete list of all the activation. This is also a possibility to have the results summarized for the different activation of the different components. So it's a very important tool. And then, as I said before, Giovanni Antonio will give the numbers and we'll discuss the number to evaluate the effectiveness of the system. The main part, we can say that the main parameters we use to evaluate the AVCPS are the number of times, the number of activation of thermal camera or PIR sensor. That means the number of time there is a presence of animal near the road, while the number of activation of MP3 of the acoustic carriage device, it represents the situation in which there is a simultaneous presence of a vehicle on the road and also the presence of animal. The other parameter, even if we have to be we measure also the reduce of speed of the car when the flashing light panel is active, and the parameter we measure is the decrease of 20 kilometers per hour after 2 seconds. But we have to fix this measure. The main problems incurred during the phase of installation is the lifespan of the battery, especially in the system where we install 2 cameras and clearly in the winter months. In some places, we had also some problems with internet connection, especially in some places in Italy at the end of last year, maybe because there was the transition from 3G to 5G, and maybe it had an influence also on, as I said, on data transmission. And one of the issue we have to solve is video downloading, because sometimes it's not possible to download all the video related to activation of the thermal camera. In general, we can say the AVCPS, and now we will see more in details with the next presentation, is a suitable system for hotspots, because as I said, the detection area is for sure limited, but in any case, it works in these cases, in this situation, it seems to work very well. When you decide to install this kind of device, for sure you have to think that it's technically demanding, especially in the setup phases, and also considering the data analysis. Then there are there are other parameters, like, for example, the effectiveness of the acoustic scaring device in terms of avoidance or habituation that have further be investigated. But and also we have to consider that we have the possibility of future improvement of the parameter, like, for example, the decrease of speed, how to measure, and also the other parameters that can be improved. Before concluding, I would like really to thank all the Italian, Greek, Spanish, and Romanian partners, not only the technical staff, but also the administrative ones, and because it was really a pleasure to work with all of you. And okay, and for sure a special thank to Fabio, Gloriana, and Annette. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So no questions for Simone. The time is, yeah, or maybe we have one question. If you have one short question. Yeah, one there. I think that we will have 20 minutes at the end of the session also, if you have other questions for Simone.
I only wanted to know which is the cost of the whole system, the whole AVC system for each.
Okay, it's difficult to specify a specific, a precise amount because it depends on, for example, or of the number of sensor or the thermal camera you install. We can, if I have to say an amount, more or less, at least in Italy, 18,000 to 20,000. Antonio, do you think more or less? 20,000, including the installation, yes, yes. And the maintenance, at least, okay, we can tell you the more or less the amount spent by the Italian project partner that includes the installation and assistance for the, at least for the project duration. This is an order of idea at least.
Thank you very much, Simone. And now our next speaker. Giovanna Di Domenico, together with Antonio Antoniuccio, that is in the room, will talk us about the experience in the Majella National Park. Thank you, Giovanna.
Really unusual, rainy and cold May. Weather is against us, clearly. So our presentation today is about our experience reported to share with your experience with electronic devices. And of course, the use of electronic devices is going to be the focus of our presentation, but there are a bunch of issues that we need to address to ease you into what we actually did and our results. Of course, the first issue is our target, which is the Apennine brown bear, and a critical endangered subspecies that survives only in central Apennines. And we have to bear in mind that the main conservation objective for this species is to favor the expansion of the population and the range expansion. So you have to imagine that there is a source population basically coinciding with the Abruzzo National Park. And from here, birds really need to spread around in the other areas, both the actual range, this is the estimated one, and potential range. The green is the Majella National Park. So you can see that it's one of the expansion areas that is closer to the source population. The first question is why the Majella National Park actually joined the LifeSafe Crossing. This is something that we really like to tell you every time, because if we look at data about AVCs involving birds before the starting of the LifeSafe Crossing project, we can notice that maybe numbers were not so high, for luck, let's say. And particularly inside the Majella National Park, there were no birds died because of AVC. So someone could argue, why did you join a European project with several, spending a lot of money to address this problem? Well, of course, we had the feeling with our monitoring activity and everything that something was happening, that the population was actually growing and spreading from the source population, and that this process of recolonizing, let's say, the range was causing a potential risk for bears. So we saw something was coming. And actually that turned out to be true, because as long as the LifeSafe Crossing started, we started to also experience some, unfortunately, death of bears because of AVCs. And most of these data also happened in the area between the source population and the Mayela National Park. So we are really happy to have started to work on this issue in time, let's say in a proactive manner, in order to be prepared to counter this threat for the Apennine brown bear. In order to be the project to be effective, we chose to include in the project roads that are between the source population and the Mayela National Park, as well as between the Mayela National Park and other suitable areas, as well as roads that that divide different mountain ranges inside the park, in order to ensure connectivity also inside the park between different potential good habitats for bears. How did we choose where to work with electronic devices and how to use them? This was really a teamwork. First of all, we started from what we had, the existing data. We had our partner Minuartia analyzing all the existing data we had on AVCs on roe deer, wolves, bears, or large mammals, basically, in order to understand what was the situation. We also, during the project, collected all the information we had about the existing crossing structures, underpasses and overpasses that could be adapted to be used by wildlife. And we also looked at the roads. We tried to understand which road stretch was a barrier to bears and which road stretch was like a potential AVC risk, because animals must cross the road to go from one side to the other. And we collected data about traffic along these roads and speed of vehicles. Of course, we also implemented, well, actually, we started a monitoring of a systematic monitoring of AVCs along the roads. And we also used camera traps both to assess the use of crossing structures and to individuate the potential crossing path along the roads. We put together all this information coming from all the, we did a lot of overlapping job, and we also included an ecological evaluation in that to understand where to use in the best way possible these electronic devices. With us, individuated 4 locations to install 5 AVCPS. So in this location, we have 2 in the same spot. This is the area where we're going to go tomorrow. So I kindly, advise you to attend the field excursion tomorrow in the afternoon. So we have 5 AVCPS installed in these areas, which basically are the areas where, basing on our analysis, we had hotspots, meaning areas of high AVC risk in a very short road stretch, and areas that were suitable at microscale conditions to install AVCPS, because you will see you need the road to be straight, you need panels to have the possibility to dialogue with the central unit. So you really need to have microscale conditions that are suitable for that. Areas in which there were no crossing structures to be adapted, so we could not work on crossing structures, where we could individuate wildlife crossing paths, and of course, areas that were essential again for connectivity. These are roads that connect the source population with the Mayela National Park, with other parks, and Morone Range and Mayela Range inside the Mayela National Park. The same thing basically was for the virtual fence. The main difference is that in this case, we installed it in areas where maybe there were no AVC hotspots, but the AVC risk was more widespread. So the virtual fence doesn't work in a particular spot, in a narrow spot, but in a more widespread way. And areas where maybe also there was an hotspot of AVC risk, but it was impossible to install AVCPS because, the road shape was not suitable. So the microscale conditions were not good. And again, areas essential for connectivity for all the reasons we already discussed. Which were our results? First of all, we did install them because it seems, trivial, but it's something that can be challenging. So we managed to install 5 AVCPS quite early during the project. So they're working from 2021, more or less, all of them. And we also started the installation of the virtual fence, which we unfortunately had to stop, to pause, because we're waiting for works along the selected road stretches to finish to continue this action. The first result we wanted to share with you is one of the most common approaches to compare, to assess the effectiveness of a certain measure. So, for example, here we have the before and after situation. Those are data that have been gathered before the starting of the project and during the project, also thanks to the Monte Genzano Alto Adige Nature Reserve, who provided us data regarding the Maiella 2 AVCPS. And what we can see here that, yes, basically there are some patterns that show us that there is a before and after, there is a difference since when we installed the AVCPS. And we have to bear in mind that these data are strongly underestimated because there was no systematic monitoring during this period. The systematic monitoring started only with the life-safe crossing. So you have to imagine that this difference is actually highly underestimated. But this is just a first look of what we had. We went deeper by analyzing all the data that we could gather from the AVCPS, all the data Simone talked about that you can gather from the software. So particularly, we choose to analyze the data from the 3 AVCPS that gave us the most information, and we analyzed for all the years that we've been working for 1 month per each season, and we choose to analyze parameters that told us how many times the wildlife was actually along the roads, representing a potential risk, and how many times cars were also approaching. So results of this analysis show the most important part here is that for all the AVCPS, you can see that there are a lot of situations in which wildlife was actually along the roads in each season for each AVCPS, and the percentage of times in which the cars were also there is also high. So our AVCPS are working in areas where we do have a lot of wildlife along the roads, and we do have a lot of risky situations because of presence of cars, see 90%, 89%. So they are actually working in, Minuartia was good in individuating the hotspots for AVC risk. But of course, data gathered only from the AVCPS do not give us all the information. For example, we do know that wildlife was there, but we do not know what species was there. Simone told you that also mice could activate the system. So we wanted to understand better what was happening. And so what we did is to install some camera traps together with sensors in order to analyze data coming from camera traps and compare them with the activation of the AVCPS. We have 2 case studies so far. We're still working on data about that. And we analyzed the number of individuals, which of course is an information that you can have only from the camera traps, that were present near the road. Because of course, if there are species that live in group like wild boars, red ears or wolves, if you have more individuals, you have more AVC risk. And also the number of activations of the AVCPS. The first big result here is that in 7 months, we counted almost 1,000 individuals that crossed the road in one single AVCPS. And that almost 250 times also cars were approaching. So we're talking about situation in which the systems are really, really working. And additionally, we could understand that the activation of the system was, the system was triggered actually by mainly wolves. So we're talking about large mammals. This happened in the period February, June, which were more than 250 wolves, and also during July, August. And as well, we could understand that, of course, there were also wild boars, roe deers. And we could also understand that in only from February to June, 4 months, basically in 60 times, all these wolves risked to be involved in an AVCs. And the same happened in the other period. So basically, we could understand that the activations we had of the system were actual AVC risk for large mammals. So this is the very important result we could have. And after watching this data, we can look now with another eye also to this before-after table. So we can understand that this first, look we had at the results is confirmed by data coming from AVCPS and from camera traps. And it's also important to stress out here that these 22 AVCs before, 18 were just before the installation of AVCPS, as well as here, 11 happened just before the installation. So we have a situation in which the installation of AVCPS turned the situation from 18, 11 to 0 in the next year. So we really have evidence of the systems working really, really well. To give you a complete framework of what we observed, we also wanted to include this last issue about behavior, because to our opinion, it's important to give you more insights about e-devices and how to use them in the best possible way, particularly addressing wildlife and humans. The first thing is that we did observe a behavior that is described in literature as car avoidance behavior. So it is known that animals do approach the road. You have to imagine that the road is just here. They do approach the roads carefully. So they behave along the roads more or less like us humans. They sometimes also look right and left before crossing. This is something that is known in literature to exist, even though the detail of the behavior is not well described, but we could observe this as well. So animals are careful when they have to cross the road. The second thing, the sound you hear is the acoustic deterrent of the AVCPS, is that with camera traps, we could see that animals react to this sound, even though they are careful, but when they hear the sound, they stop, they listen, they pay way more attention. So the acoustic deterrent seems to be very important, and most important in these 3 years of functioning, of working of the, see now the wolf decide to go back, and then in next video, it will decide to cross when the cars are not there anymore. I was saying the important point is that in these 3 years, we did not observe any habituation to this kind of sound. So animals are still reacting. And mostly important is that they did not abandon the area where we installed the AVCPS, because we were a little worried, you know, this could be a disturbance, you know, all these sounds and noise, but turned out that it was actually not a problem, for luck. And lastly, we didn't, this is the virtual fence. We didn't talk about the virtual fence a lot during this presentation because, as I told you, we installed that quite recently. But it's important to notice that here, this animal listened to the virtual fence activated by a car and is really, really approaching the car, the road super carefully. So again, even though animals are careful, thanks to all these acoustic this acoustic tool, they can be, we can help them understand the situation a little more. So the conclusion of this brief talk about behavior is that our sensation is that wildlife, which is also, I mean, present in literature, but wildlife is really doing the best they can do. Animals are doing the best they can do to avoid AVCs. They are behaving in the best possible way. They are also reacting to what we put in the field to help them, AVCPS, virtual fence. And we wanted also to understand if humans were behaving in the same way. Here you can see data gathered from the AVCPS. So this is the percentage of cars that approach the AVCPS, and as compared to the number of cars that slow down at least 20 kilometers per hour. Well, these data are a huge underestimation. So this is not really, we should really not stick to these numbers, because this depends also on how the software works. But our point here is not to make you stick to these numbers. Our point here is to make you wonder if humans are actually doing their best as compared to what wildlife is doing, because wildlife is doing its best. Are we doing the same thing? We will talk about human behavior more during this conference, so I would not want to spoil anything. But this little comparison between the behavior is important for us to give you insights on the e-devices. And to sum up, the suggested approach we have, based on the experience we gained during the LifeSafe crossing, is that E-devices, to our opinion, are a useful and powerful tool to prevent AVCs, and they do a life-safe crossing. So not only they avoid the animal-vehicle collisions, but they also help animal cross the road when cars are not there. And this is very important because we don't want the electronic devices to be barriers, to be scaring device for animals. We want them to be helpful, to have safe crossings. And this is what we actually are observing. Things to focus on is that, of course, the proper device should be chosen depending on the situation. So hotspot versus widespread risk. The location must be chosen using the best possible information available. Look, it was not easy for us to do that because, as I told at the beginning of the presentation, we did not have so many data because we have a small bear population. We have 50 bears remaining. Thank God we did not have a lot of AVCs involving bears, but we did have to use the existing data in the best possible way, and we managed to do that in the frame of this project. As Simone said, it's important to understand that e-devices are a very useful tool, but you have to be prepared to spend time to set them and to monitor them. And we don't want to tell you that once you set the AVCPS or the virtual fence, you're done. They are doing the work for you. Actually, you have to be prepared to spend some time to make them properly work. Consider to install AVCPS and virtual fence rather than devices targeting only drivers. This is because, as we've seen, wildlife is really cooperative, is really collaborative. So putting the acoustic device, you can really have a big help for them, and they are going to react to this help. While addressing only drivers, you could have a situation in which probably drivers could not react. So could be, less effective. The virtual fence should be preferred to the non-electronic Sparoflex because, again, there are several advantages, but also the acoustic, the sound. Never expect 100% efficacy. This is very clear for us that are technicians, but this is something that needs to be explained very well to people and to local managers. It's normal to have some AVCs after installing e-devices. It's not that's not the point, but this has to be clear for people that are involved as well as us in all these actions. And AVCPS data gathered from the software are extremely useful, but they need to be carefully analyzed and interpreted. Otherwise, a misleading situation could emerge. We finished the presentation. I just take a bunch of seconds more to say that, of course, I'm the speaker here, but there is a whole team behind all the work we did, the coordinating team, technical, communication, administrative, everything. All the people that you see here equally contributed to the achievement of the objectives. So thank you to everybody. And I also want to renew the thank you that Simone gave to all the partners. The closure of a life project is always an important moment, and this moment makes no exception. So thank you really very much to our Italian partner, Greek, Romanian, Spanish, because we really built a great team together. We obtained a lot of important results with this project. Positive outcome already came, and I'm really convinced they're going to come more and more in the future. So really thank you, because this was a teamwork, and we have been really happy to be part of this team. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're short in time, okay.
Thank you very much, Giovanna. We have one question for Giovanna online, but Annette will bring this question at the end of the session. Okay. We will, so all the questions online, Annette will bring these questions at the end of the session. If not, we have one short question in the room for Giovanna. No? You can think perhaps at the end of the session.
I'll be around.
We have one, yes.
Okay.
We have one here.
Hello.
Hi, really interesting presentation. You talked about, I think, micro scale conditions that you have to adapt the PS systems to. Are those just climatic conditions like humidity and stuff?
No. That actually was referred to the, actually, yes, conditions maybe was not the right term to use. It was referred basically to the road shapes, because we will see that clearly, better tomorrow in the afternoon, but you need to have the road that is quite straight, because you need to have the central unit that can dialogue with the panels that are, the ones that flash. So, it's important that you do have the conditions. For example, in one road, we did have a high AVC risk, but it was all curvy and we couldn't really find a possible spot to put the AVCPS. Also because the road was very narrow, but you need some space in the roadsides. So that was referred actually to basically the road shape and the environment at the roadsides. Okay. But if you join the excursion tomorrow, you will understand better that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giovanna.
Thank you, Carmen.
Thanks. Now let's move to Greece. We have now a talk about monitoring and evaluation of underpasses. And it's Yorgos Theodoridis who is going to give the talk, because Yorgos Merjanis unfortunately cannot join us today. So it's a floor is yours, Yorgos.
Thank you very much. Well, my presentation, actually the presentation of Yorgos Merjanis, is about monitoring the crossing of bears at the underpasses of the motorway A29 in Greece, before, ex ante, and after, ex post, some interventions done by our colleagues from Egnatia Highway. Ms. Niki Vomvoulaki will talk tomorrow about it more thoroughly. So, generally, the study area is in the northern western part of Greece. The motorway A29 is a road of 55 kilometers, where it cuts through the habitat of the bear. From 2009 until 2013, we had at least 21 bear car collisions, which were all fatal to the bear. And in 2014, a bear-proof fence has been installed through another LIFE project about the brown bear. The whole part of the road has a total of 149 structures that can be used by bears and other wildlife species to cross the road. The main objectives of the actions that we worked on were to identify the different types of the crossing structures and to divide them in the most important categories, to define which interventions are more important to be done in order to improve the permeability for wildlife to cross the road, and actually in the end to do these interventions. We started by using a form initially created by our colleagues in Menuartia, where we identified the main categories for the crossing structures. There were tunnels, overpasses, underpasses, and culverts used for draining water rain. Here you can see some pictures of these different types, along with a picture of a bear sign close to one of them. And out of the total 149 crossing structures, we have chosen 44 to monitor them through an innovative system that was produced by our colleagues in Cosmote. The criteria to choose these specific 44 crossing structures were the following: the presence of bear signs during the typology field survey, an already existing hotspot analysis that was done through a previous LIFE project, LIFE Arctis Kastoria, the opinion of our bear experts, and the technical reasons, like, for example, whether on each specific crossing structure there was a 3G or 4G coverage, which was essential for the monitoring system. Later on, another criteria was added, and this had to do with representability. We wanted to have representability of all the different crossing structure types that were found in the whole length of the road, representativity of the different vegetation coverage in the entrance of the covering structures, and also a representativity of the openness index for each one of them. So the system that was created by Cosmote is one of the largest telecommunication companies of Greece, maybe the largest one. It was a system which provides 24/7 monitoring ability, and it stores automatically all the data on a cloud infrastructure. It uses machine learning techniques in order to categorize automatically the different species and different objects that cross the road. A lot of times we had humans crossing the roads, or cars, or livestock, etc. And this had to be separated automatically. It also needs zero touch to provide statistics and graphs that are useful for our analysis. And it's all done in a user-friendly web portal, also providing the opportunity to have real-time push notifications on the mobile device to know each time on each crossing structure if we have a movement. I want to stress out that this system used machine learning techniques in order to process the different species, the different objects that would cross the crossing structures, in order to provide them to the different relevant folder. And in that way, we could process more than 100,000 snapshots in a total period of 18 months. We had 12 months at the ex-ante monitoring period, and unfortunately only 6 months in the ex-post monitoring period. The only time that we needed to have a manual check was in the beginning, because we had to check the algorithm, we had to check the machine learning if there were any mistakes, to correct these mistakes, and thus teach the algorithm to do all the selection by itself. This is a table of the overall monitoring of the use of bears of the crossing structures. The ex-ante monitoring period lasted from 2019 to 2020. And my colleagues divided it in 2 different phases in order to make a comparison at the hypophagia period and the hyperphagia period. In both periods, the bears are really hungry and they are searching for a lot of food, but because of the different season, they're looking for different type of food. So my colleagues were expecting to have some differences between these 2 periods, but actually there were no significant difference. This is the overall data for the hourly use of the bears in the first table. And on the second table, it's for the monthly use of the bears for all 44 crossing structures that were monitored. Our main results were that the bear mobility was higher during dusk, dawn, and night hours. And also it was seasonally related to mating and hypophagia and hyperphagia periods. This is the example of each individual crossing structure on a monthly basis, and also a snapshot of a bear with 2 cubs crossing. This is actually funny because one of the cubs is stepping on the sign of Life Safe Crossing logo. It had fallen off the wall. And one really interesting result from the ex-ante monitoring was that bears really value as important two factors. The first one is the vegetation coverage. The higher the vegetation coverage, the most probable it is for a bear to use a specific crossing structure. And the other one is the openness index. The more spacious it is for a crossing structure, again, the bear is most probable to use it. After the ex-ante monitoring period, there were interventions in a total of 56 crossing structures by Egnatia Highway. And our proposals to our colleagues in Egnatia were to plant more bush in the entrance of the crossing structures and to remove debris. These were the most important interventions that could be done. Other types of intervention also included construction of ramps, construction of ledges, fence improvements, and covering of pits. Here you can see some pictures of the crossing structures before these interventions. And now going to the ex-post monitoring period. In this period, we had monitored, unfortunately, only 33 crossing structures, so less than the first period. Here's the table where we kept notes on whether the improvements have been done and what are the data after these interventions, whether bears use it more or less. Again, this is an overall data for the ex-post monitoring phase. Again, we have the same results with ex-ante. Bear mobility is higher during dusk, dawn, and night hours, and again is related to mating, hypophagia, and hyperphagia periods. As you can see in the second table with the monthly appearance of the bears, we don't have a lot of data for the first half of the year because a lot of cameras were stolen from us, so we stopped it prematurely. Again, an example of each crossing structure, the data of each crossing structure individually with another snapshot. And now this is a comparison. On the first table, we have some data from the ex-ante monitoring period, and on the second one, we have from the ex-post. Although we have less crossing structures monitored in the ex-post, we have more or less the same number of crossings, 479 in the first one and 404 in the ex-post. And this provided us with a result that 32% of the upgraded underpasses show higher use of brown bears. Unfortunately, the preferential use of the improved crossing structures is at the limit of statistical significance. We cannot say that it actually is statistically significant, but we are optimistic and we believe that an adoption period, after an adoption period, we will have better results. And the cleaning debris seems to be the most important intervention that could be done up to now. In order to wrap up, the 24/7 wildlife monitoring system provided by Cosmote is an innovative one. It's also environmental friendly because it uses solar panel energy. It provides fully automated data storage in a cloud server, and automatically taxonomizes the different categories of the species. And thus, we were able to handle more than 100,000 snapshots. It appears that the crossing structures, openness index, and vegetation coverage are the most influent factors for bear usage. The outcome of the monitoring helped to decide the interventions that were done by Egnatia Highway. The preferential use of the improved crossing structures is at the limit of statistical significance, and hopefully after an adoption period by the bears, there will be higher. And cleaning debris is the most important improvement, which is of course connected to the openness index of its crossing structure. Thank you very much for your attention. If there are any questions that I don't know the answer, I will write to my colleague, Yorgos Merjanis, and get back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yorgos, also for your efforts in bringing the results of your colleagues in Callisto. So thank you. Any question? Don't, even if you have not encouraged the people to make it, I think perhaps somebody has a question that we can answer also later if we don't have the answer now. No? Thank you very much again for these interesting results. I'm asking our colleague, Mihai Fedorka from the National Institute for Research and Development of Forestry in Romania, also partner of the project, that is going to bring us some insights from the Romanian situation. Thank you very much, Mihai. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello, nice to be here, and I'm really happy to see you here in this lovely place. Regarding the Romanian project and the Romanian bear population, I'm going to make a general introduction and presentation of what we have. Insights. In 2016, we had about 6,300 individuals. Now, at the last evaluation, we have a project with the ministry. We took the data gathered by the hunting administrators and of the environmental protection agencies, and we divide that data with two. So they say they have a lot of bears. We said that let's stick to half of that, and we still have 1,093 individuals. At the national level, the density is around 11 bears per 100 square kilometers, with a maximum of 47 bears per 100 square kilometers in Covasna, Brașov, Mureș, and Harghita. We also calculated the carrying capacity, and unfortunately, it's around half. So only around 4,000 individuals can freely live and feed and whatever bears do in our country. We also have feeding. Even though in the last years the feeding of bears is prohibited, we still are obliged by our government to feed wild boars, red deer, and other species. And bears, being bears, they don't know that the corn or other food it's for other species. We had a lot of debates regarding how the density, how the level, how the number, but I'm saying only this. In 2016, we had 540 hunting grounds with bears, with permanents, with residents, and now we are more than 600 in this year. So for sure, it's indicated in the indicator that the species is doing okay, and it doesn't disappear from other habitats just to shift places. Regarding the estimates, because we still have big debates regarding the numbers. It's all about the numbers, unfortunately. Who does it? It's the hunting managers. These are people, experts in wildlife management. So it's not done by hunters. So this is a big discussion. and also by the environmental protection agencies, which are under the ministry. So each of these guys put their signatures on the numbers, and also everybody can participate. If you are a private company, just a regular person, an NGO, whatever, you can send a letter and you're invited to the counting. Unfortunately, not too many do this, but in the end, they said that the data is incorrect. These are the numbers regarding hunting, around 300-400 each year. Since 2016, we had an emotional decision at the government level, and we stopped hunting. Since 2019 till last year, only 140 bears were hunted. Not like regular hunting, it's basically culling because they were killed in people yards, in area where they shouldn't be. Human bear incidents, we have like a lot. You can see the numbers. I've put only some soft pictures. As you see, there are a lot which looks really worse. You can see the numbers. These are facts. These are recorded incidents of the police, of everything. So it's not a debate regarding how many we have. This is a map regarding the value of damages produced by bears from 2012 to 2017. You have to divide these numbers with 5 to see the actual euro costs. So the maximum was like more than 10,000 euros. These are the data from 2021, 2022. We get more than 100,000 euro per hunting ground. With the numbers, you can see the numbers of attacks, the files that we have. So these are again facts. And of course, it also consists with the densities in the area that we have. High densities, for sure, will get big troubles. Regarding connectivity, we have a lot of problems. From 2010 till last year, 365 bears were killed, accidentally killed. 300 in the past 5 years, and 200 from that 300 in car accidents and in train accidents. We have different situation, a lot of problems with poaching and illegal killing, because the damage compensation, it's like a lottery. You need a lot of things to be compensated, and most of the time it's all about the property, the paperwork. And in the village area, people don't always have papers for the land. So if you cannot prove that the land is yours, it was your great or great father, then you won't be compensated. So there were actually more than 12,000 files of damages, but only around 4,000 were paid and registered, officially registered by the ministry. And people use snares, traps, poison, and a lot of things. They put corn on the railroad, they put honey on the railroad tracks. So they are resourceful. These pictures is only to show that we also have situations that are not common. This is a female with 4 cubs. 2 from that year and 2 from the previous year. So also things happened. We encounter a lot of females that they give birth into their 2nd year of life. So that's another problem. Some attacks, I put only some pictures. These are animals from friends and family, so it's not the general problem. It's only from one county, one hunting ground, one autumn. Okay, now let's talk about mitigation measures and things we can do and really do. This is the map of brown bear corridors. Only 41% are located into protected areas. At the national level, we have more than 25% coverage of protected areas, but unfortunately, most of them are unsuited because of the size. So you cannot have some hectares or hundreds of hectares and believe in that protected areas, you can have populations. You cannot even have numbers, not populations. We have like 7,000 suitable ecological corridors. We have a big problems of validating this because it's spread all across the country in different regions, and it's really hard to prove that all are functional. And besides this, if you prove they are functional, you can come with measures. And with that 25% of protected areas, you put a lot more into protection of corridors. We have examples from Brașov area, where the best corridor is because one of a private owner don't have a fence there. So each side of the road, there are fences and houses, and that particular guy doesn't have a fence. So to come there with a measure that they have the perfect corridor in their yard basically and impose something like not making a fence, it's a little bit tricky and you cannot do that. We've made a lot of intervention during this project. We foreseen 30 bridges to be clean, readapt and monitor. We have more than that. We are almost at 100 bridges, which we regularly monitor. I'm really happy that in Romania, the bears are not the best physicians or don't know ecology or open index. And there are a lot of bridges which looked theoretically unsuited for bear crossing, but still they are really used and really important. We use, of course, a lot of camera traps and a lot of snow tracking because with so many underpasses, it's really hard to keep track of all the pictures and it's a lot of business. We also installed 5 AVCPS systems. We are really happy because the results look really good. I forgot to tell you that we have no highways in the area. We only have national roads, 1 lane per direction. And in most of the project area, we have around 20,000 cars per day with maximum numbers in the summer period, which basically we are very happy to say that that's the biggest parking lot in the world because no cars are moving in 100 kilometers. They only get tens of meters per hour. So that's good for connectivity because the speed is really low. We also installed 5 kilometers of virtual fence, which is really working. We had no accidents in the area. Only 1 isolated accident, but it was because of people which want to protect stray dogs, because we also have like a lot, and they've put in the parking lot some dog food. The bears came there to eat the dog food, and 1 cub was hit by a car because basically there's no system to work in that situation. But otherwise, really good. And now we are finishing the procedure to put another 2 kilometers in area that wasn't foreseen. But it's very important because we had 3 bears accidents in the past 3 years and a lot of other wildlife. We have, as I said, really big problems with the connectivity and bigger problems with connectivity of people, because as I said, we have only a few highways. This is just an example of resistant maps and which are the new routes planned for the highways. but we are really happy to say that there are places in Romania where we've built the highways, and now the pressure is lower on the regular roads, on the national roads, and connectivity is really good. We have a nice landscape, a lot of rivers, a lot of mountains and hills. And when we design the highway, for sure, you have to take account of the local conditions. And with local conditions, also wildlife can benefit it. We say it, let's do it a little bit bigger when it's the case of a bridge, and animals will work and cross. This is just an example about the resistance map and about the pathways of males on females. It's also clear that being so crowded, so overpopulated, we have different use of the land, and we especially have problems regarding the females with cubs and the sub-adults, because we have a lot of big males, and of course, those are pushing the young ones and the females into unsuited habitat. And also in this map, you can see that they only overlap just a little bit.
Are 3 și asta verseze cu ei. Pentru că l-au agățat pământul de o s-o retras cu ei. Întrebarea dacă trece sau nu. Trece de trecut, vrea să dea.
Să le uite mici, mă.
Miciți.
Dar orice mamă are grijă de ei, mă numără.
Uite cum urcă pe aia. Ce e micuț?
This was 2 weeks ago in the virtual fence area. So they are crossing. Now they are in the mating season. The males are chasing the females. So they are forced to also commute or move by daylight. And in this case, it was just that the driver awareness that the bears are not accidentally killed or injured. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mikhail, for these nice images too, for ending your presentation also. Any very, very, very short question? Okay, one. It's Yorgos.
Thank you for your presentation. I noticed that in the last years, the incidents with bear attacks or problems with humans were more and more. Do you know the reasons for that? Do you have any data or why they are higher in numbers?
This is a really good question. We don't hunt them, so for sure hunting doesn't only reduce the numbers, but hunters and especially hunting managers get a close connection with the local people, and they can act differently at local levels because it's very easy to see the situation locally. If you are at a great distance, it's really hard to make these things happen. And because the bears are not hunted anymore, the hunting managers don't really care about them because they are losing money with feeding and a lot of things that bear do. So they don't go to punctually resolve the problem. And they just say to the local people, it's the government problem, and just report all the things that we have. So it's a mess.
So thank you very much. We have now a break. Let's take some energy, and we must come back at 12:20. Please be sharp. Thank you very much. Yeah. Let's just start again. Please, if you can enter, we will begin. Okay, let's begin and they will join us for sure. So let's go now with another panel of talks. Now we will have the voice of reputed Now we will have the voice of reputed international experts on the topic. First is Dr. Michael Bill from the Transport Research Center in the Czech Republic. I think many of or most of you know Michael because he have provided one of the softwares for analyzing animal vehicle collision that is most used, I think, not only in Europe. And he has also been participating on the Life Safe Crossing, helping to identify the hotspots. So, Michael, I leave you the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, organizers, for inviting me. It's a pleasure for me to being here and present you our research. I work, as you heard, for Transport Research Center, which is an organization under the Ministry of Transportation, and our branch is interested in GIS and data science. So we are developers of some software for identification of hotspots and other softwares for analyzing on road infrastructure. And as well as we developed some databases for management of wildlife vehicle collisions. In this presentation, I would like to talk about our recent research, which is focused on determination of the effectiveness of selected safety measures. As you know, there are many wildlife vehicle collision safety measures, but only a few of them were properly tested. So it is not the case to have a wildlife vehicle collision safety measure, but you can also it is also necessary to have some information about how effective each measure is. And for this you need data and of course some methods. Without data and without robust method, you are not able to say if any safety measure is worth to apply or not. The wildlife vehicle collision is a complex problem. It is not only between wildlife and drivers, but also it is important to take into account landscape and infrastructure. But we will at this presentation focus on wildlife and on one kind of mitigation measures, which are so-called odor or olfactory repellents. These olfactory repellents are very simple tools. It is a foam which is applied on wooden sticks, which are separated 7 up to 10 meters apart, and they should contain some substances. We call them chiromones. Chiromones should imitate the presence of carnivores or human, and it is believed that these odor repellents should change the behavior of animals. The target species are usually ungulates, and producers claim that usual ungulates at roads mitigated with these odor repellents should change their behavior, and if they cross, they should cross with higher caution. Concerning the research about this safety measure, we realized that there are almost no reliable data, despite the fact that these measures are widely used across Europe. Also, the majority of published work come from producers or were published in gray literature. If there were some testings, these testing were only based on before-after designs, so there were no control sections. As I said, it is ungulates are the species which should be warned by these measures. And also the producers claim that they are very effective as much as 85%. But if you remember some data from previous presentation, meta study focused on fencing. They found that fences with overpasses or underpasses should be effective something like 83%. So there is it means that there is still a need for further research to investigate the effectiveness of these measures. Concerning scientific literature, as I already said, there are only meta studies. Only few works applied a proper study design. I mean, before after control impact design is necessary in this kind of studies. And concerning the results of the effectiveness, which can be found in the literature, is from none, so no effect at all, up to this interval from 26 to 43%. And still, there is a need for other studies, as mentioned by Rytvinsky et al. Several years ago. The interval I mentioned before, 26 up to 43%, it is a result of our work, which we published 5 years ago. But as you can see, the interval is quite large. It means that there is uncertainty in the data. So we realized that it maybe is a good idea to repeat this research with more robust data set. And fortunately, we received a project which started in 2 years ago. And this was a large project. We mitigated 133 road, 160 kilometers in length, and this project was solely based on carcass numbers. So we collected carcasses once a week, and of course it was only targeted for ungulates. We set such a design. As you can see, it is a bucky approach, meaning that you have case and controls in the first year, and then case sections are mitigated. So control sections remain without mitigation. Our study design focused on 2 periods in a year where there is there are highest numbers of road deer. So there is also the highest probability that people will find that animal on the road. And on the right side, you can see some rough estimation, which is really important. If you plan any testing or mitigation measure, you should have an idea how many data you will need to say something about the effectiveness. Here you can see that we were expecting to have 200 dead animals if we plan to detect the effectiveness of this measure about roughly saying 50%. Yeah. So it says that if the decrease of wildlife vehicle crashes is below 50%, then you are not able to find it. Yeah, because with 200 carcasses, it is too small data set. And here are the results. As you can see, we were able to collect 266 dead animals. And we apply two methods, Bayesian inference and odds ratios. And still there is a rather high, large interval of the results. The first thing is that there is some decrease. So it means that these measures should work somehow. Even as you can see in the red box, where they are compared data for the first and the last 7 weeks, there is some decrease. So maybe there is a habituation, maybe it is a odor warning because it is a chemical substance. We don't know, but yeah, we learned a lot in this project, and we make such a conclusion that any studies based on carcasses have many limitations. The first one is that you really need many carcasses to find any effect. Then it is only can be applied to threatened species, because you never will have so many carcasses as we saw in previous presentations. There were numbers like 5 dead bears. So it is not so many. And of course, any research focus on accidents which should happen is ethically questionable. So in transport safety studies these days, more proactive methods are supported. And of course, it was very, very expensive. And we still have, we are not sure if there was no underreporting, because our cooperators were in the field only once a week, because we were not able to pay them more. And finally, we had no information about animal behavior. We had just data. So we have to look up for another methods if we would like to investigate the safety measures effectiveness. I suppose you are familiar with these GPS collars. GPS collars are used by animal ethologists. They provide GPS positions, and at the moment, there are something like hundreds, maybe 100-200 of animals across Europe concerning it is ungulates, maybe roe deer, who actually have the collars active. The problem with these collars is that there is a large time gap between these between two GPS positions. This is from our work. On the right side, you can see that these GPS positions can be used for defining home ranges. It is an excellent tool, but if you would like to define a precise road crossing site, it is more complicated. It is not problem if you only need to have rough information where animals cross the roads, but if you plan to use it for testing safety measures, it is not so easy because of the large time gaps between the GPS fixes. So we try to analyze animals' presence. It can be easily used because the presence is based on the number of GPS fixes, which are precise positions. So you can easily compare the number of the records before and after the application is deployed. But the road crossings is more complicated, and still we can see nothing about animal behavior. So from our work, we tested again the odor repellents using this method based on GPS collars, and we found no effect. But it is maybe because of the insufficient number of precise collar data. Our current work is based on more advanced method. It is called dead reckoning. It was used by old sailors if they try to localize themselves on the sea. And it utilizes the fact that many GPS collars also have acceleration data and data on orientation. So with the use of this data, we are able to determine the path of the animal. The blue crosses are precise position, and the lines between the blue crosses are estimated on the basis of our algorithm. So, but there is a more advanced technique, and it is analysis of video recordings. We, in our work, also analyze information from traffic. On the left side, you can see normal traffic. When you applied some algorithms, they are able to detect, not only detect, but also track the objects. So you will receive information where the object was located over time, and you can also automatically analyze it later. And this is from a forest where we have a camera, and we also learned our algorithm to determine roe deer. You can see roe deer crossing the road, but we are also able to transform this view to a map. This is on the left side, and you can see the movement transformed to a map. So you are also able to determine, for example, the time the animal spent on the road. So this is also a way how the safety measures can be analyzed. And on the two graphs on the right, with yellow rectangles, you can see the time which both animals spent on the road. So using these tools, you can automatically, it is important, no more watching records for hours and hours, but you can automatically analyze the data. So to conclude, for determination of wildlife vehicle collision safety measure effectiveness, we need data. If we work with carcass data, there are no problems. If we work with collars data, it can be used, but there is still trade-offs between the frequency of GPS positions and the battery life. So this can be a problem. And video recordings are now becoming widely available. The systems are affordable, and if you apply some image recognition, it can provide interesting results. Concerning the method, Bucky approach is a must. There must be used in many studies. Dead reckoning method for GPS collars data can unveil, or I would say, estimate the track of the animals. And the most advanced is using AI models, trained models for analysis of behavior of animals. And which safety measure to select, this is the most important question. There must be some cost-benefit analysis, because it is not the same if it is focused only on ungulates, or if there are some rare and threatened species. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. You have shown us that artificial intelligence is here also to make a real revolution in our method. If you have some question for Michael, now is your time.
Question. Do you use snow tracking or tracking of tracks near the road? Because we basically use that. It's really cheap and it's more reliable than any GPS or whatever to see the crossings.
I'm not sure if I understood. You told about tracks of animals. Yeah, snow track. Yeah, yeah, I understand. No, we only work with the data. Yeah, so our partners are field ecologists, and they do all the research in the field. But we only work with the data they providing, they gave us. So yeah, it is also a good idea to have such information. Yeah, I understand. Maybe I'm not sure, but maybe they use it for installation of the camera. Yeah, because they know that there must be some animal if there are tracks. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Michael. So let's move to next speaker. Andreas Saylor now, we are colleagues, I think, for more than 25 years, perhaps. So he has high expertise, and he's working on the Swedish University of Agricultural Science, and he will bring some insights about the use of wildlife warning on railways. It's your time, Andreas.
Thank you very much. Mille grazie for having me here today and inviting me to this conference. It's should not. I have to stop it. Okay. I'm very happy to be here and to learn more about the project. Yeah, that's confusing. I didn't have the time to test that. Okay, it's time for me to continue. I think there's so much to learn from all the different projects that we are conducting, actually with the same question: how can we reduce wildlife collisions on roads or railroads, on infrastructure? And we're using very similar techniques, and hope to get the same results. So better I start. Okay, anyway, so this is I will report from our study that we have been doing for the past almost 10 years, together with Matthias Olsson and our Norwegian colleagues, Einar Winsvold and Svein Eilertsen. There's also Manisha Bhardwaj and Caroline Brandt, who are part of the project. It started 10 years ago, but we have been able to receive some Interreg funding to work together with our Norwegian colleagues. Okay, so it's all about wildlife warning and to develop a warning system on railways. And the problem that we face is exactly this one, that collisions with wild animals are very frequent and becoming even more frequent from year to year. The accident statistics are impressive. Already in Sweden, we have up to 4,000 or 5,000 accidents only with a few ungulate species. And as you can see, the numbers are increasing. Our work started in 2010 after that the moose accidents increased significantly during a very snow-rich winter. It was then when the Transport Administration woke up and said that, sorry, we have to do something, there's a problem. Now they have become a bit lazy again because the incremental increase in accident is not really producing this trigger. Anyway, if we look at the history of wildlife accidents in Sweden, we see there's a clear pattern. The numbers have been increasing, and there are increases when the population growth was significant in moose during the 80s, in roe deer later, and now wild boar and deer. So clearly, when we have more animals, we have more accidents. But what we could see in moose and roe deer, for example, after the populations stabilized, this is the dotted line showing the harvest, the number of accidents increased further, especially in roe deer. This is rail, this is road. But the pattern are very similar. So there is something going on which we cannot really explain well. And the effects that we have to deal with are, of course, a multitude. We have traffic safety problems, we have wildlife management problems. There are train delays that can cause quite some trouble for the public. And there is also the animal welfare aspect, and for the livestock owners, the problem of the loss of livestock, as in this case where almost 100 reindeer have been killed in one strike. And this happens every year, that there are tens of animals are killed in one accident. And we have about 1,200 accidents per year recorded with reindeer. So this is terrible, but rarely spoken about. For most of these species, it's not a conservation problem, it's a management problem. But there are rare species like bear, for example, where traffic could mean a significant threat to their conservation. All what we can do so far, and what the Swedish Transport Administration and many other administrations have been able to do, is put up fences and build bridges. So fencing and bridging is the most effective, clearly the most effective way to separate wildlife from infrastructure. But it is a very expensive measure, and it cannot be applied everywhere. We have examples now in northern Sweden where a railway has to be fenced to protect reindeer farming from trains, and that would require the Transport Administration to build fauna passages, ecoducts, but the construction of these ecoducts would produce an even greater environmental impact, because there is no infrastructure that could support the construction work of these aqueducts. Well, anyway, to save money and to develop a more versatile system to reduce accidents, we need new tools, we need more effective tools. And this is what the Life Safe Crossings project has been about, and also our project and many other projects. How can we separate wildlife from traffic, at least temporarily, and allow wildlife to cross when it's safe? So we looked at the different risk factors. How can we explain where and when accidents occur? And there are a number of different factors that contribute to that, but all of these factors are not something that we can change. We only can adapt to that. We cannot change population size or landscape structure. We have to deal with that. So how can we reduce accidents risks for wildlife? What factors can we change? And here we're coming to the behavior of the animals. But to understand that, we first need evidence. How do animals actually behave in traffic? So a couple of years ago, we equipped train drivers with cameras, and they were recording for us incidences where they observed wildlife on the tracks. This is a tool. It's so simple and it's so effective. I really can recommend that for you. Ask your train drivers to install a camera. It's fantastic. But you get a lot of very cruel images, of course. But what we could get from this study was very interesting to see that most of the animals were already in flight when they were becoming visible on the videos, and that is at a distance of 300 to 500 meters away. That means that the animals are responding, they are hearing, or they are somehow registering the train approaching at a very long distance. So about half of the animals, 50% of the animals that we could see were already in flight. Of those that initiated the flight later, when they were visible on the video, about 20% fled into safety, away from the railroad. But there were some that were actually moving across or towards the railroad. And interestingly, if the train drivers were using a sound, the train horn to signal, to warn the animals, more animals were moving towards the railroad than away from it. So that's a complicated thing. And of course, there were some that they were not showing any response at all. And some of them were, of course, killed. So we went forward and thought that we can test or develop a system using two different complementary approaches. One is the mobile device, a mobile approach where we would warn or scare away animals from an approaching train. That would mean that we would put loudspeakers on the train. And the other one is the stationary device where we have speakers along the railroad. The question is then, shall we warn or alert the animals, or shall we scare them away? What kind of response do we want to achieve, and what is necessary? To answer that, we started a number of experiments to see how animals would respond to different sounds. So we were comparing the human voice, dog barking, bells, artificial sounds, and making some controlled studies.
Hej, vi har aktiverat ett vidvarningssystem som testas av Sveriges lantbruksuniversitet och Trafikverket.
Yeah, and this simple voice message was the most scary one that the animals ever encountered, leading to a flight response in almost 80% of the cases. We repeated these studies in different locations with different species, and it's always the same pattern, that the human voice showed to be the most effective the most effective signal that would initiate a flight response. So we can scare away animals from a location by using simply a voice message. Other sounds like the dog, for example, were rather ineffective. The animals would show higher vigilance, but they would not leave the site. We just recently completed a study with reindeer. Reindeer are semi-domestic, so they are more used to human. And as a consequence, they are not really so suspicious for a human voice, but still in about 80% of the cases, we could initiate a flight response by just saying a calm voice message. They were more suspected to white noise and the sound of a predator, the bear. Our next step was to see how this would work along a railroad. So this is preliminary data. So we put out our scaring devices along the railroad and just displayed the sounds, different sounds, comparing
Hej, du har aktiverat ett viltvarningssystem som testas av
human voices and the horn of the train, for example. And the animals were just looking around. So that could mean, of course, they were more vigilant and they would leave the site if the train approaches, but it's not the strong result that we wanted to have. Again, the human voice, and in this case, the railway bell from a railway crossing was very effective, but the sample sizes are small, only 34 observations so far for the bell. So this is continuing. But, and we are now starting to install this kind of experimental system in 3 different ways. We have one place where we have the railway is fenced, and where we have a fence opening that we can survey in detail and follow up on the movements of the animals and display the sound when the train is approaching. The other one is a system of speakers that will be placed along the railroad, also triggered by the train. And then the third one is the mobile approach, where we have the loudspeaker on the train. This is very similar to what we have heard already and what has been tested in other studies. So it's not so innovative, but it's still innovative enough that the Transport Administration, also the rail authorities and the rail manufacturers are not really familiar with how to solve that. This is a picture of the fence opening, where we will continue the surveillance now for the next 3 years and see if we can detect how animals actually respond to the sound and to the approaching train. We will use silent sounds, so no sounds and different sounds to see if we can get different responses. And this is the advantage with this system is that it's already used, it's already in place in all railway stations in Sweden. So it's a common system, a common tool that the Transport Administration is familiar with. And if we can install it in these kind of fence openings and monitor them, everything is in place already for the Transport Administration. The second approach is also a very simple one. It's built on a simple tool that is already existing to alert people, but it's not integrated in the railway communication system. It's an external system based on GPS locations and a geofence. When the train is approaching a geofence, it triggers the signal at these stationary devices. The warning masks, the people will get a signal that the train is approaching. We use the same system to display a sound and follow up with a camera on the train to see if the animals are actually leaving the site. That would be a system similar to this virtual fence that we have heard already about, especially built for railways. The advantage with this is that it's the same system that is used for people, so you warn people and wildlife at the same time. And if we are using the human voice, we can tell the people that now the train is approaching, so leave the railway. That's probably increasing safety on railways for people. And the third approach, the train-based warning system, here we have not come so very far yet. There are quite some technical challenges to be solved. To mount the speaker on top of the train is something that has taken 3 years to solve and get the permission for. Now our colleagues in Norway are able to put up the first speakers. And we are in collaboration with a railway company, a railway manufacturer, Stadler, to develop a system that can be installed in their trains. But the question is, what kind of signal can we actually use? We cannot display a human voice saying now the train is coming, because then the train is already there. So we need a different sound, we need a different signal. And we probably need a different system that will help the train drivers to detect wildlife much earlier at a distance of 500 or more meters. So thermal cameras and all this technique might be needed. But on the other hand, this kind of technique is already coming to railroads, to the trains. In the future, probably all trains will be equipped with this kind of camera systems and sensor systems, especially if they will become driverless. So it's a thing for the future, and it probably will solve the situation that we have. Quickly, the main conclusions is that we need to work together with the public sector and with the private sector if we do this research, especially when we deal with the train manufacturers and the train operators. There's quite some technical innovation and adaptation that is needed, but there are also companies out there that are interested in developing these stationary railway-based systems, and there's a commercial interest in that, in finding the best solutions. But to find out the most effective ways, I think it's really important that we collaborate internationally, cross-sector. So the IENA network is the wonderful platform to establish this kind of collaboration, like in the Your Life project. It's not really helpful if parallel studies are going on in different countries all the time and we're starting from scratch everywhere. It would be much better to pool our resources. I just wanted to mention that we're now intending to establish a new working group about railways and wildlife in the hope that we can find this kind of collaboration and trigger new projects. And last not least, follow-up and evaluation of these measures is very important. As Michal already said, we are often failing to follow up on the mitigation innovations that we are installing. And this is so crucial. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andreas, also for bringing us this point, the importance of cooperation between different countries in Europe and the world. I forgot to mention that Andreas is also the president of the scientific committee of the IENI, the Infrastructure and Ecology Network Europe. So if you have some short question to them, wonder, yeah.
You mentioned the importance of using the human voices. I am from the country in which we have recently big problem, especially with the bears. More bears are shot by the people because of the contradiction of their presence in the urban areas even than in the accidents. So they are no more shy. They have no problem with the human voices, with the voices even from the transport means and so. So can you imagine that there is a solution by the change of different voices or something like this to continue this effect of noise, artificial noise as that point? Thank you.
Yes. Well, even if we tested only separate sounds to compare their efficiency, I think it might need a combination of different sounds or alternation so that the animals would not hear the same sound every time they approach the road or the railroad. And our study on reindeer that are also habituated to people, managed by people, suggests that there are other sounds as well that we could use. And we only have tested that with reindeer, not with the other wildlife species. And this is it's an artificial sound. It's like a white noise impulse, like psh, psh, something that the animals strongly reacted to. But even that could lead to habituation, even though habituation is probably not an issue for the real application. So we have to find combinations or different setups of sounds. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Yeah.
Questions. How last your experiment to determine which sound are more effective? The time, if there is also an effect a possible potential effect of the time on habituation in any case on the reaction of animal. Your study, no?
Yes.
How long?
You mean if we could see habituation or?
No, for your graph, the data you present is referred to which time interval, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year.
Okay.
In order to understand if there is a
possible. In our control studies, we studied the behavior about during 2-3 months. But so we had repeated trials. Every time the animal would approach the site, they would hear a sound or no sound. So the control was the silent sound. And we could clearly see a habituation over time. But that means that the animals would have been exposed to 50 or more trials or exposures during a short period of time. If we translate that to a real situation where the animal might cross the road or the railroad, maybe, let's say 2 times a week, maybe, or even one time per day. And then at the same time, the train or the car should be present to trigger the signal. I think the number of occasions that the animal would be exposed to the sound is so small that habituation will not be a problem over time.
Okay, thank you very much, Andreas. So let's move to the next one. Now it's time for Euro Uber, I think also a legend on brown bear and roads in Europe. And he's going to bring us the insight from Croatian situation. Euro, so you floor to you.
Thank you. Starting when I'm supposed to finish, we are late, we are probably hungry and tired. I will try to keep you not sleeping. I try to show what we have done in last 20+ years, mostly thinking of brown bears, but actually it refers to all wildlife in Croatia, how to reduce the mortality and also to keep the habitat connectivity. The question is always that for millennia, these animals moved freely across their habitat, and now we impose so many barriers, and animals still need to get to the other side for different needs, for reproduction, for food finding, shelter, and everything. And in this dilemma, they really cannot choose. They need to get over. And then it's the risk for the animal to be killed, or we have the fragmented habitat, what especially in Europe is the case for already long time, and now even many countries are trying to repair what was done wrongly in the previous time. We have from the other side people 2 solutions in my eyes, although just now I have seen some more ideas of deterring animals, but we just think either to fence these corridors, mostly highways, so the animals really cannot get through. So the fence should be strong, that the animal cannot dig under or climb over. Or we can now look, unfortunately, in the fences that are being built intensively across the Europe to prevent these migrants moving people, actually. And these fences are quite efficient, even little for some animals because of these razor blades. So on the other side, we try to make the good crossing objects where the animals can cross. We all know very well that tunnels are the best because the habitat above the tunnel is intact and animals can use it during construction and after. Then large viaducts, which are not only long, but also high, big bridges. And then we artificially make what we call green bridge. It's also called ecoduct or landscape connector or wildlife overpass or whatever. But in reality, you have to do both. And this is how we are trying to approach this in Croatia. And I believe that we are getting through. It's not without cost, because animals still do get killed, not only bears, but other wildlife. And this is on one side, the damage on the vehicles, can be also some safety for passengers, injuries or even deaths. but also how the people view this wildlife, bears in this case, and the accidents are more frequent. Just last week, we had 2 bears killed, one on highway and one yesterday on a normal road. So it's happening all the time. So people get to have the negative attitude if this is frequently mentioned, and media is reporting this very eagerly and promptly. From the animals themselves, it depends on the population size. For bears in Croatia, it's not so problem if some get killed by vehicles, but on wolves, and especially on the lynx side, it's really important. We are also losing these animals on trains, even 2 times more, maybe about 10 per year, and plus maybe 5 on the roads and highways. Trains kill them because they are not fenced railroads, and there is this edge effect where all kinds of berries are growing, attracting bears, and sometimes all kinds of seeds are spilled from the cars, corn, seed, sunflowers, wheat. I was trying to discuss in the railroad company how this can be reduced, but they say there is no way because they are international cars and we cannot influence that. And everything what we tried didn't work. So actually, this is the really open field to work and try to do something about this train killing bears and other wildlife. But there are other obstacles which we also have to be aware of. There are also skiing slopes, golf playgrounds, and now very popular, important are these what they call wind parks. The wind energy, which requires this extensive, real wide road system on the areas where previously there was absolutely nothing. This is also fragment inhabited in addition to the sounds and other noise. Only the blades will not cut off the head of the bear as it happens to bats and birds. So this is the, let's say, so in the nature, there are no obstacles. Even the highest mountains or the biggest rivers are no problems for bears and most other wildlife to cross. Only man makes the obstacles. So how we solve it in Croatia, we did a number of extra special tunnels and viaducts for animals to cross, but also we built total 13 green bridges so far. And probably this is it, because now most of the country where the large carnivores live is already covered with highways. And that is now combination. First to make an obstacle so the animal cannot get on the road, and also leave the passage to get through. And this obstacle, the fence, should be used as a guiding of the animal towards the crossing structure, like this green bridge. And this fence, again, has to be high, strong, well fixed to the ground, and not easy to climb over. There are also problems how to keep these passaging places in optimal conditions. Now, these wind parks want to be on the mountain ridges, and if the road is in the tunnel underneath, then it's spoiled. Or these GSM towers, companies like to put right above the tunnels, because then people can use their mobile phones while they are driving, or they should not maybe. And sometimes people like to use the place on the viaduct to store their hay or old tractor, or sometimes they even put a small door to prevent the livestock to go to the other side. All this counterproductive, of course. Then we don't want to attract animals to the highway. The waste should not be put in the bins which are not bear safe, or which are fully open, not covered. So there are the ways to have these so-called bear safe containers and bins, but it's not easy. This was my 20 years effort to get them donated and placed, and it was never really fully accepted that all should be replaced in this way. It's a long-term devotion. And also there are animals that get killed on the road by traffic, and these carcasses attract all kinds of meat eaters and scavengers there, which is also, luckily we don't have such a big road killers like on this picture. And the fence itself is not easy to maintain and to build properly, because the animals can dig under and go squeeze underneath, or can climb. Some humans do, as we do regularly, unfortunately, and bears can easily climb over. And then the consequences, but not only because of climbing, that the fence gets broken. Also after the winter snow, or some trees can break it. So the continuous maintenance is really necessary. And then one way to help is to fix it to the ground with this kind of anchoring, but the better would be to dig it under the ground. So there are solutions which are not easy to convince investors to pay for that. And the major thing, this is probably the main point which I'm to speak to you today, that within just finished live dinner bear project, one of the actions, there were many different things, we put the electric fence in addition to the wire fence. And this fence we put on 30 kilometers of the highway in the core bear area from Zagreb to Rijeka. So it's 60 kilometers because we had to put it on both sides. It was quite a bit of media attention when we were installing it, and it worked perfectly. But then maintenance of this is another big trouble, because already next spring, after the snow, many pieces are not working, and then the vegetation grows during the growing season. We have to cut it all the time. So it's not easy to maintain, but when it works, it's perfect. Even when once animals learn about this electric shock and then it doesn't work for some time, they will still remember, most of them, and will not even try to climb over. So this is the solution which we did, and this is what I'm main message today. But there are other things. When the animals come, like this bear family is happening very often, somehow they get on the highway, then you try to get them out of the highway easily. One way is to kill them, which is not easy. They have to stop the traffic. But then we built these jump out ramps, which are the height of the fence, so the animal can climb and jump out. We have the road deer using it, but we didn't manage to get this camera trap foot of the bear. And then we made a number of so-called escape roads or escape doors, which are one way, so the animal can push it from the highway side and open and get out. The small ones are okay, only you still have to maintain this grass growing and other weeds, so it's mobile. And these big ones actually can be used only by people who are operating the highway. In the case there is animal, not only bear, can be also deer or wild boar, to open it and use it to chase the animal out, so they don't have to cut the hole on the fence. So this is something which works, but you have to have it and then to maintain it, and people trained to use it. So in general, there are three approaches and how to make the problem minimize. Most you can do in the planning phase, in the study. The second is during construction, you have to be on site. And then also there should be a standardized monitoring, which can lead to some improvements. We had a nice guidelines already written in 2002, which was really used for constructors, and whenever we refer to these guidelines, it was somehow accepted how to make the road permeable for animals. On this case, this is this most critical section towards Rijeka. This crosses the whole Bear Range, which is only 68 kilometers long, but all these dark black spots are the road is on a bridge or viaduct or in a tunnel. So in total, 17 kilometers of this, or 25% of the route is above or under the ground. So it was already permeable in the planning phase. But anyhow, we added one green bridge on one spot where there was nothing within 5 kilometers. This is what I somehow invented as the minimum distance of 5 kilometers between two really good crossing structures. And the other highway to Rijeka, it's much longer. It is total, we have about 560 kilometers of the roads in the large carnival area. And here we asked for green bridges in critical spots, and this was all accepted. So that would take a long story how we managed to get this in these 10 years. And now we have, as I said, 13 green bridges and many other structures. What in the planning would be really nice to have the possibility to do the study, telemetry study before. We had never a chance, but accidentally, before anybody was ever mentioning highways, we have been radio collaring bears, and this is radio collared wolves and locations in Dalmatia, just behind Split town. And then we used this as an argument when the road highway planning came on, to tell them, see, this is where the two wolf packs are having really important crossing places, and this is their home range. And then we couldn't convince them to move the highway on the other area, but at least they accepted 3 viaducts to be built as a crossing and 1 green bridge. So when you have it, some arguments, it is used, but it would be normal to work other way around. First to do research, several years, and then do the planning. But politicians want to build highways very quickly. And then during construction, you have to go there, discuss, monitor what's happened, and then there are many things which can be done immediately while all the mechanization is there and people there. So we have been doing this relatively frequently, and we really managed to get things done in an optimal way. When once it's working, the monitoring is really important. And we are using sandbeds. First, we use only infrared sensors, but now we use cameras. We count the tracks, and the cameras are now picturing the animals. And it's always best way we have seen how nicely it works in Tony's presentation. And then we have all kinds of animals recorded, but unfortunately, but then you can have some statistics. This is one of the early studies. On one Green Bridge, we recorded about 15 crossings of large mammals, from lynx to wolf up, not even fox and badger were counted. So even 1.5 bear already makes 540 bear crossings per year. And this was a key argument for other Green Bridges to show that this works, that the animals are using these structures. And that I could elaborate all the methods how we did it, but that would take another time. Unfortunately, also people like to use hunters, poachers, or whatever, and try to use this as a corridor where animals can be easily spotted. Then we managed to get in the bylaws that the Green Bridges are protected areas, but to implement this is still not very easy. And here is a nice example how radio telemetry can help to show how the animals choose where to go. And here we use this virtual fence, which I wanted to explain to show to Bill what he said. It's expensive to use GPS for monitoring where the animals come and cross some railroad or road. The virtual fence activates when the animal is within a certain corridor. We put 1 kilometer on both sides, but you can make it less, 1.5 kilometer or 100 meters. And then you can have signal location every 5 minutes. And then it doesn't consume too much batteries, because when the bear animal is away, then it goes to the normal rhythm, 5 or 6 times per day, whatever you schedule. So here you can see how one bear approached the fence here, and then it walked along the fence for almost 6 kilometers until it came to the place where is the tunnel, and crossed the highway over the tunnel. And then it used many more times. And another bear, this Slavko, we monitor it for 14,000 locations. It crossed the highway 69 times during the working of, and because also we had this virtual fence, we could show that it never crossed by climbing the fence. It always crossed on an appropriate place, on the Green Bridge or over the bridge or under the viaduct. So there is a way, and this we are happy to see, but also there are still some accidents. And then to conclude, there is really need to make it possible for animals to go over, and all kinds of theoretical combinations are not really feasible. So let's do it properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Euro. Any question for Euro before lunch? One question there, yeah? Maros.
No, for the translators, you have to use them.
Yeah, I think there are some people online also, so. Thank you.
You have so much experience regarding crossing and wildlife. Do you have any data or information regarding what's the difference between a bridge made where is water or a tunnel and a specially designated wildlife crossing regarding the use of species or individuals?
Yeah, this is in my other presentations here. I focused on bears because time is limited. I can speak about how we checked, especially in the snow, in the mud, on the sand, under the viaducts, and also we walked in the forest in the wintertime, mostly when the road is in the tunnel, and you can see the number of species. And also on this Green Bridge, I showed you, I mentioned only the bear, but of course wild boar, roe deer, and red deer, are more frequent users. So all the animals are using all the structures, and this all can be recorded, and we are recording all the animals, even the smaller ones.
I thought it was another question, no? No. Okay, so let's go. Thank you very much, Euro. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I ask Annette also to join us, because now we have some time for questions and discussions. Perhaps it's time to leave the people online also. We can hear his voice through you. Annette, do we have some questions?
Yes,
people?
while I don't know if it was for Simone or for Giovanna, it was in that range of periods. There was an online question. Sorry. Hello, I am currently working for the reduction of mortality of the boreal lynx in France. Are detection devices with sound and light repellents adapted to this species or to predator eyes and ear? We have many testimonies and videos of lynx that cross indifferently in front of cars or even when they honk. Is it more expensive, complicated to install the devices in the forest? Thanks. So I think the two questions are whether detection devices with sound or light repellents are adapted to all species or to specific predator eyes or ears or so, and which is and whether it is possible or to install the devices in the forest.
Yes, I think the data today shown by Antonio and Giovanna clearly demonstrate that the AVCPS in this case, I think, can be applied or also in the case of lynx, if I well understand, because the data shown by Giovanna Antonio, the study carried out here in Maiella, shown that they observed many species in the site where the AVCPS was installed, and about to install the AVC in the forest. Yes, for sure. Okay, as Giovanna said, it depends on the shape of the road, but and because we have to pay attention to the connection between the different components, and surely in forest we have to use the PIR sensor in order to, and it's important the monitoring before the installation to clearly how do you say, identify the paths and the trail used by the animal to approach the road. I don't know, Giovanna, Antonio, if you want to add something.
Okay, thank you very much. Annette, is there any other question from the online participants? Okay, so I open to the room now. It's your time. All the questions you have, all what you want to know. Giovanna?
Actually, mine is not really a question. It's more a general wondering, because I was talking about this issue with Andreas, and also I kept thinking about it while you were doing your presentation, which, by the way, is, I think, very important for us for the future implementation of AVCPS. I think it's very important that we stay in touch in order, to have the best track sounds that work in the best possible manner for AVCPS. But my general wondering is if we are maybe missing something. We talked a lot about scaring animals, sounds that can scare animals, that can alert animals, that can make animal made an association between the presence of the car and the sound. aren't we missing something like an ethological insight of this? Maybe I think we are all conservation biologists here or veterinary. Maybe an ethology staff would be required to better understand if we're working in the good direction or if we need to work in different direction. I don't know. I don't know very much about ethology. What I do know is that to make animal associate something, this association needs to be something that has an evolutionary advantage. So maybe I wonder if we are asking to wildlife to do something they just can't do, or maybe it would be interesting to have the opinion of somebody who works specifically on this kind of issue. So I wonder if it's worth to start to think about open this kind of studies also to additional expertise in order to have, a more comprehensive approach. I don't know if, Andreas, you have an opinion on this. It's maybe good to share it. I don't know.
That's a very interesting remark, and I think it's important that we consider that we think more about the behavior of the species. I'm an ecologist myself, so my ethological knowledge is rudimentary, but I understand that we have to address the problem of habituation, of course. But this is especially true when the animals are already habituated to cars, to traffic, to people. I think we often forget that how much animals are already habituated to the presence of vehicles on the roads. They are not afraid of cars any longer. On the railroads, it's a bit different, I believe. They are easily scared by the train. The problem is there that they have to recognize the train early enough. And on railways, we can even imagine that there can be a kind of sensitivation that we can accomplish. Because when we only display the sounds, any sound actually, to alert the animals when the vehicle is approaching, they will learn to associate the sound with a danger, and then we can sensitivate the animals. The problem is then that in the normal wildlife population, the turnover of the individuals is rather high. About 30 to 40% of the individuals will be killed every year during the hunting season. So the learning effect is very short only. Yeah, but I fully agree. The behavioral aspect should be much more emphasized.
Okay, thank you. Any other question or contribution, even if any other speaker wants to bring their point? No? Andreas.
Just continue.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're welcome.
Funny, because I was thinking about your presentation, Joanna. You mentioned that the problem with affecting the behavior of the people, of the drivers, is very difficult. So only 5% or so did actually slow down when they saw the sign. I think this is something that we have to work on as well. And for that, we also need an ethologist, but a human ethologist. So how can we get the people to slow down? Do we only need, or do we really need only the speed cameras? Is this the best way to do that? Maybe it's a way to earn money to support the monitoring studies. I don't know. Or is there some other thing that we need to address? As Tony said before, the training, the education of people, is this something that can help us? So what is your opinion?
Just to be clear, of course, I don't want to spoil the next presentation because the Life-Safe Crossing also addressed this issue, of course, about communicating with people and concrete conservation actions to sensibilize people. So I don't want to spoil that. But my opinion is that for sure this is something that should be addressed more and more, and really like with the with a lot of continuity, which should really be heavy on that. And within time, I'm confident that people would would understand. I think that at least in our study area during the Life Safe Crossing, we found way more good human ground than I expected, at least. People seem to be really sensitive to this issue, but not only for a matter of human safety, because of course an AVC with a large mammal is also a concern for human safety, but also about the problem for animals, the problem that roads actually represent for animals. So I found people to be very sensitive. So maybe if we do work on these issues like more and more and without leaving anything out, you know, from pupils to drive schools to everything, and maybe we can really have something here. So yes, of course, it's something that should be, maybe we should concentrate more on that. I don't know if anybody else wants to add something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm bringing now something also from the Bison project. Just a week ago, I think, or 2 weeks ago in Brussels, we were talking with transport operators about the new potential that brings the possibility to communicate with the navigation devices that we are having more and more in our vehicles. So the roads of the future, which are already now a reality in many countries, and that it's coming, bring us a lot of new possibilities to detect animals and send information directly to the drivers, to the cars, or to the automated vehicles when it exists. So I think that this is really going to, there is a need for research on that because it's going to change very fast. Any other question, opinion? Yeah, one there, please.
Well, I was crossing Argentina in Patagonia. They have 1 million of animals and they control the movement with ditches. I think I didn't hear anything about ditches. Ditches, yeah, the channel they just dip the, yeah, I don't know. Did you try something or?
Well, as far as I know, but maybe I give the mic to somebody who's more technically or knows more. The problem is that at least in Italy, but probably I guess in Europe, in roads outside of towns, you are not allowed to make these speed reduction measures like. For small animals. Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, so near the roadsides, along the road. Okay, well, this would require very long areas. Yeah, it would be also a barrier. There you have it's like fencing. You would not have the permeability, but I don't want to. I don't know, maybe somebody else has a point of view about that. Probably it's a matter of also a budget, because if you have to make this intervention along hundreds of kilometers of a railway, it's something very, very expensive. And then it is a barrier for the animals. They cannot cross anymore.
Okay, if you have any other question, opinion, I think it's time to lunch. We will have 1 hour for the lunch, and I would like to suggest you to be very, very sharp when you come back, because when we or in the first activity we will have after lunch would be, I think it's going to be to see the live video, which I think it's the first time that we are going to see. We have a primizia, we say, I don't know in Italian also. So please try to keep our time in 2:45.
Yeah.
You must be here. Annette, perhaps could you provide some information about where is the lunch going to be served, please?
The lunch is just, you go downstairs to the left, it's just below here. Please, those people who have not signed the participation list, please do it, because we need the list to show to the commission that people were were coming with it to us. Okay?
Okay.
Please.
Thank you very much. We see you here in 1 hour. Thank you.
Okay. Now we are 20 minutes behind schedule, which is not a drama, but we still another 5 minutes, no, 8 minutes, because we have produced a video in the frame of the project to show what it is about. And so we will show that now, so that in 10 minutes we can then start with the next session, which will be half an hour delayed, and hope you will forgive us for this delay. Regia, possiamo partire?
A devastating impact on biodiversity. Linear infrastructures and traffic represent one of the main causes of mortality of wildlife, as well as habitat fragmentation. The problem affects all animal species, and in particular large carnivores, which are used to moving across vast territories. To face this issue, the Life Safe Crossing project was started in 2018. It is co-financed by the European Union and is developed in Italy, Greece, Romania, and Spain. The main target species are bears, wolves, and the Iberian lynx. Considering the complexity of the targeted problem, the project has involved different actors, such as public authorities, NGOs, and private companies. To identify the roadkill hotspots, historical data has been analyzed, and the road segments have been regularly monitored in order to record the presence of dead animals. Moreover, the most common crossing points have been identified through the use of a system of camera traps. A further important analysis has been the monitoring of traffic in order to determine the number of vehicles using the roads, as well as their speed, to reduce the risk of accidents with wildlife. Different innovative electronic devices have been installed, such as AVCPS and a virtual fence.
La VCPS è un dispositivo che include differenti componenti elettroniche. Ci sono dei sensori a infrarossi e una telecamera termica che servono per registrare la presenza degli animali che si avvicinano alla strada. Quando questi dispositivi si azionano, questa informazione arriva all'unità centrale, che è il cuore del sistema, che a questo punto fa accendere dei cartelli per gli automobilisti, invitandoli a rallentare perché segnalano la presenza degli animali. Sul palo del cartello è montato un radar Doppler che serve a misurare la velocità del veicolo. Se il veicolo non rallenta, l'unità centrale fa partire una dissuasione acustica, una serie di suoni di diversa natura che servono a evitare l'attraversamento degli animali in quel preciso momento. La VCPS è un dispositivo che entra in azione solo in situazioni di rischio, ovvero sia quando c'è contemporanea presenza di un animale vicino alla strada e un veicolo in transito, e quindi consente il libero spostamento della fauna sul territorio. Per ogni attivazione delle differenti componenti viene inviata una specifica mail. Queste mail sono raccolte in un software che ci consente di quantificare tutte le attivazioni del sistema. In quest'area, nell'anno precedente all'installazione del dispositivo, lo staff tecnico del parco ha effettuato un monitoraggio della mortalità stradale in questo tratto e sono stati rilevati 9 animali morti in un solo anno. Nei 2 anni successivi all'installazione è stato registrato un solo incidente, l'investimento di un gatto selvatico in un'area che, bisogna dire, non era coperta dai sensori.
Controlliamo adesso questa videotrappola, così vediamo se ci sono animali che hanno attraversato in questi ultimi giorni.
Another measure that was implemented is the installation of a so-called virtual fence. It is made of a series of electronic devices that are activated by the headlights of approaching vehicles and emit sounds and flashing lights. Since they are placed on the roadsides at regular intervals, they function as a sort of virtual fence, which puts animals off crossing the road when a vehicle is passing.
State installate nell'ambito del progetto Life Safe Crossing, sono delle recinzioni a invito, sono costruite in modo da invitare la fauna a utilizzare i sottopassi. Quindi abbiamo censito i sottopassi esistenti e alcuni di questi sono stati dotati di queste recinzioni che hanno proprio lo scopo di invitare l'animale a utilizzare il sottopasso.
In all countries involved, an intense monitoring campaign on the use of underpasses by wildlife has been made. This has allowed evaluation of the effectiveness of the implemented interventions, which consisted of the installation of fences, the planting of trees, and the removal of obstacles that prevented the animals passing.
L'utilizzo dei sottopassi può in qualche modo evitare incidenti sia alla fauna che agli automobilisti.
One crucial aspect for the prevention of road kills is the awareness of citizens. We have to take into consideration that road kills are not only a threat for biodiversity, but they are actually also a big problem for the safety of drivers. Every year, several people get injured or even killed in accidents with animals. This is why the Life Safe Crossing project has implemented an intensive awareness raising campaign, which consisted also in the installation of road information panels, which were developed through the neuromarketing technique. What we did is we developed 4 prototypes of panels, which were then submitted to 36 test persons. These test persons were submitted to electroencephalograms, and they were fitted with special glasses which measure the movement of the eyes. And like this, we were able to measure, on the one hand, the emotional response of the people when they were seeing the panels. And on the other hand, we could identify those features on the panels which had to be improved, which were most appealing or which were problematic to be identified and focalized by the people, and therefore to graphically improve the panels. And we installed those panels in quite big numbers in order to provide a repeated message to the drivers to induce them to drive responsibly.
Raising the awareness of people and new generations towards this type of behavior is fundamental to reduce the roadkill phenomenon. For this reason, the project has developed awareness, raising materials, videos, events, an app, and a video game. An important aspect has been the cooperation with the road management authorities. In Italy, the company ANAS, as well as the motorway company Strade dei Parchi, have been involved. In Greece, the motorway company Egnatia Ordos has participated in the project, and in Spain and Romania, the national management authorities.
An important added value of the project has been that we managed to involve important road management authorities. These stakeholders are really important because they are the ones who in the future will have to implement activities in order to reduce the impact of linear infrastructures, not only on biodiversity, but on the environment in general. Okay, I think we can.
Yes, that was a very nice video.
Thank you.
When will it be on YouTube?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
No, day,
Today.
day after tomorrow.
Okay, good. Then you send us the link. I hope.
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
Very, very
Okay.
good. Great. And I very much like the idea with the video game. I'm curious about that. Hope you will tell us more about that. But now we come to the next session as the time is progressing. So I welcome Lucinia Samarone to talk about from the Oh, sorry, my glasses. From the Abruzzo National Park. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
It's true, it was mentioned to be like that. So welcome everybody. I hope I have this not very nice role to talk after lunch. So I hope you're going not to take a nap while I will talk. So I will talk about the activities of life safe crossing and intervention in the Abruzzo, Lazio and Molise National Park, in particular about the intervention made on the highway. So just to start, the Abruzzo, Lazio and Molise National Park was established in 1923 and is an area of about 50,000 hectares and a buffering zone in which hunting is regulated of 77,500 hectares. The park is a home of a rich wildlife and plant species. And of course, is home of the Apennine brown bear. We have already seen this morning from the presentation of Giovanna. This is the inside the park. We have the core area of the Apennine brown bear population, and in particular, the core area of the reproductive female. So this is a very important part for the population. And also the population, as we have already seen this morning, is an endangered one. So it's a subspecies that counts, according to the latest estimates, 50 individual, well, better to say among 45 and 69. So mortality takes a role for this population of 131 carcasses that were found, 89 where we were able to recognize the cause of death. And among these 89, 83% are human-caused mortality. And among still these 89, the 16% of the deaths are due to vehicle collisions. And as we already heard this morning, the future of this population is in dysfunction, and in particular in the expansion of reproductive female that are really crucial. We have already seen some expansion, but we need to have more. And I go just a little bit backward here because we will come later to this. So this is the range of Apennine brown bear, and you can see that there are two highways that cross that. But we will go later on this. So coming into the life safe crossing inside the Parco Nazionale Abruzzo, Lazio and Molise, these are all mountain roads. So the typical traffic volume is higher during the weekend and lower during weekdays. In all season, and especially during summer, we have more traffic. Also, there are a lot of more cars during the daylight, and during the night there are almost no car. But still, we have a car that go very fast inside the park. So almost 90% of people do not respect the limits. And we have also people that go fast and furious. So we recorded also the more than 200 kilometers of speed. And also, since we have a lot of tourists, sometimes we experience something like bird jam, and that is not really fortunate. So if a bird crosses the road and people are around, this is going to happen. And even worse, we can have some problem in people chasing bears. This was the case of a female with 3 cubs. She was separated from 2 of them, and then one of these 2 that she was separated from never joined again her family group. So not such a big trouble in terms of high traffic and lots of collision, but a lot of disturbance and a problem also inside the park. And we can see also that radio collar, of course, having the core area of the population, we have a lot of radio collared animals, and this help a lot. And also seeing what happened, with animals that have radio collar help us to see that some animals use a lot areas around the roads. And this is during one night, an individual that has marked and has the collar rate of half an hour. We used all the data from telemetry and car accident to model, as Giovanna showed today, to model which are the area of more probable accident inside the park. And we can see that almost all the roads that are inside the park are at least at risk of crossing by a brown bear. But this is not something surprising since the density is high. So during the project, we identified, mapped, and the crossing structure to be adapted to wildlife crossing structure, cleaning up by rocks and vegetation, and using fence to invite the animal to use them. And this was useful because we saw in the 4 years of the project that this passage was already used by bears, but after the cleaning up and the use of the fence, the use of this underpass strongly increased. And also, we are very happy because this was an underpass that was obstructed by rocks. And so we, since 2019, we had no pass of any wildlife across it. But then we have the first documentation of bears starting to use them. And then we have a VCPS and virtual fences installed originally in all this area. And this is one of the problems we had also with monitoring. We now have virtual fences also on linear because a lot of virtual fence devices were stolen, unfortunately. And we have these panels that we saw in the movie, so to raise awareness, and we did a public event and also radio and television and podcast to raise awareness on this. So this was what we did inside the project area. Now, just to see how we can transfer best practice. So we have seen it before. We have 2 highways that cross the range of the bears. And also, we have several protected areas. So this is the buffer zone of the Abruzzo, Lazio and Molise National Park. This is Maiella National Park, Gran Sasso, Monti della Laga National Park, and the Parco Regional Park of Sirente Velino. So this is a very good area for connectivity in terms of protected areas. But we have these 2 highways that could pass by. And we have recorded also that bear, this dated to 2013. And then in 2017, we had this colored female, and we had a position demonstrating that she was crossing actually the A25 highway. So we started to try to dialogue with the highway authorities, but so far this was not enough to make them doing something to create better barriers to avoid this crossing. Then, again, in 2021, the same female, this time without a radio collar, crossed the road with her 4 yearlings, and this time she was sighted. So in this case, the Abruzzo Lazio Molise National Park started to write down to Strada dei Parchi, but also to the Vice President of the Abruzzo region, the Prefect of L'Aquila, and the Ministry of the Infrastructure of the Environment. And this was the name at the time of the Ministry of the Environment. So you can see that the fences around the highway are not that difficult to cross for a bear. And this time some results arrived finally. So in April 12, 2021, we received a letter that agreed to do something. So the park located electric fences along the fence for a total length of 4 kilometers to avoid the passage in the place where this female was seen. And also a technical consultation table was called. And finally, in July 2021, an agreement was reached to secure a total of 87 kilometers of highway in A24 and A25. These are 2 highways. and also to try to to work on communication on these highways. So we have seen this also in the video. A total of 20 panels were installed in the service areas of the A24, A25 highway network, speaking about raising awareness about the problem of crossing by bears and wildlife in general. And then, of course, still is not really an happy ending, because in the 19th of October 2021, a young male of 2 years was hit by a car in the highway A25 and killed in this accident. And again, you can see that the fence was not really a barrier for a bear to pass, well, as we saw in the survey the day before, after. And this accident was located about 21 kilometers from the place where the female with the 4 yearlings has been seen crossing. Finally, after negotiation, work, and meeting, and so far, in July 2022, the beginning of the installation of the fence was started, as you can see in here, and it was completed in October with the first side. This is where the female was crossing with her 4 yearlings. And you can see that the fence allow and address the animal to cross in safer passages. So here the blue dots are underpasses already existing. And here, as you can see in this picture, there are 2 galleries, so the animal can pass on the way up. So like this, we can say, and all they live happily, not really, because this was another intervention that we did during the Life Safe Crossing. So this was a female that was killed by in a car accident in 2019. So firstly, an AVCPS was installed. Then, since there were an underpass and an overpass in here, it was decided to put a fence to invite wildlife to use this underpass. So this fence was built thanks to also to the collaboration of 2 NGOs, Salviamo l'Orso and WWF. And so the fence ended up here, and here we have a very high wall that is difficult, works as a barrier. And here is a small road that goes to the cemetery, and so for animal it's possible to pass under the main road. But at the beginning of this year, exactly here, instead of using the underpass, this male passed on the road and was hit and killed by a car. And the survey that was made the day after showed that actually the fence worked when there was the fence, also the wall, but then he decided to cross the road, and this is a very unfortunate thing. All of this to go to the taking home messages. And the first one is that of course, we have seen already this morning, it's really important to improve the connectivity for bear conservation. This is a small population. We need that the population should be able to expand, to grow, and especially females have to find the new places where to live and reproduce. So enhancing connectivity is the main objective, one of the main objectives for this population. In this case, I would say is not really to prevent a very high mortality of bear, that although is quite high for the number of bears that we have, but really to make almost zero this probability, because we have to enhance this connectivity. And then, of course, mitigation of road fragmentation and AVC, as we all know in this room, is really an hard job. It's not so easy. Sometimes you plan intervention and they can work, but you never know if somewhere else this can happen. So we saw it with the A25 example of the bear dead in 21 kilometers away from where we started to act. But also, a very good thing is that we have seen this also this morning, and I strongly agree, time matters. So even if sometimes we can feel like we are not going, we are going nowhere, then results can arrive. So for example, in the underpass, we started to see a news by the bears. Even at the beginning, we were kind of discouraged. And also the networking is crucial, networking with authorities, networking with others, protected areas, networking with foreign colleagues that work on this and can provide you the best practice, networking with NGOs that work on the territory, networking with road authorities, because it's really, really, really important to involve road authorities in these management strategies to reduce and mitigate habitat fragmentation due to transportation. And finally, we believe, but I think we all agree, that education and awareness campaign are really fundamental and plays a very important role because, yes, as we stated this morning, the conclusion of this morning, we can try our best to address animals to use safer passages, but we have to work a lot on our awareness, on how we drive in natural landscape to reduce these accidents. And with this, I ended my intervention, and I thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Laura. Very interesting. We have time for questions. So please, questions. Well, if you're too shy,
after lunch.
It's the lunch. Too much wine.
It helped, actually.
I have a question.
Yes, of course.
Just to get the discussion going on. What would you recommend for a maximum distance between fauna passages that would be adapted to brown bear? You said that they should be outside the national parks. But how far away from the national parks, and how far between the passages?
I don't know if I got the question. You mean how far between them should be this?
How much unprotected or unpermeable road should be there between the passages?
Well, to my opinion, since there are not that much. So when we did at the beginning of the study, each partner had to go through the road and look which were the barriers for bear movement, and at least inside the Abruzzo Lazio Melise National Park, all roads were really permeable for bears. So I think as long as it's possible to use something to invite them to use, it's really important. And especially, I don't know if I can go back to a picture of my presentation or not. Okay. Because it's crucial, especially for the highway and also all these road where the last accident happened. And there, the Majella National Park is working a lot with several AVCPS also. Yeah, this one, right? So this is the range, this is the core area. And so you can see that here we have 2 highways and protect. So all these are suitable area for the bears. So as many as possible, but it's impossible to say that, at least for my knowledge, I can't reply on how many distance they should have. I don't know if in the room there is somebody that has an answer for this. Please reply if you have it.
No? Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Camille Rossell, and she has dedicated her life to road ecology. She has started with this work already in the last millennium.
Yeah.
So she,
This is true.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
She is a member of the IENA governance board and has been with the network ever since '96 when it started. So, Carmen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Okay, so things that we all agree, I guess, from this morning speeches. All of us agree that we need some safe crossings. We need to provide as much as possible safe crossings where the animals can go from one side to another of the road. We, I think, also agree that to have wildlife passages is a dream, these nice aqueducts, underpasses, wildlife underpasses, but they are expensive to construct, and many times it's really not possible. We don't have the money, perhaps it's not even, let's say, recommended to do it, yeah? So when we go to this point, I think we all agree also that we have a huge number of opportunities to provide safe crossings for animals if we adapt, if we modify the hundreds of structures that already exist in our roads and railways. We have drainages, we have underpasses, hundreds of that. So our work, it's only Karma and Luis, our names here, but all the partners of the Life Safe Crossing are contributing to this work. Our work is like to provide recommendations. As Tony says this morning, we need to act as fast as possible and as good with the things, with the best practice we can. So this is the goal of the production of these guidelines, to explain how to modify, how to adapt underpasses. But first, I have included 3 points before explaining how to do it. First, crucial point, to select the road section or the railway section where you are going to invest your efforts, where are these sections? For this morning already, all my colleagues have explained it to you that we made this work together with Michael Bill, that already he provided the analysis cooperating with us, with the KDE Plus. We analyzed the hot spots of animal vehicle collisions. But not only this, we also analyze it because our partners from Romania, from Greece, from Italy have radiocolored close to 80 brown bears. So we used this information also to know where the animals were crossing, the road sections where they were crossing, but also analyzing this hexagonal grid of 400 or 1 kilometer, where the brown bear are passing most part of their time, which means that we had a combined information where the animals were road killed, but also where the animals were present or were crossing, but not killed. This information was crucial. And some partner says, but what about the expert knowledge? Of course, crucial again, to decide which road sections we prioritize. But just to remark that this approach, where to die, where they cross, but are still alive, it's very, very important. The second, which type of measure? We know the road, but then the question is, which is the traffic intensity? How many vehicles per day have this road? Which is the limit or the real circulation speed of the vehicles? Is the terrain plain, cutting? Is the road already fenced or is suitable to be fenced? With this, we also provided information. If you have low number of vehicles per day, it's a rural area, the road is narrow, non-fenced, Then this morning, this afternoon also, we have seen a lot of different measures that we are testing. Some of them are already demonstrated that are successful. But if you have another situation, main roads, the biggest traffic intensity, roads fenced, then this is our terrain. This is what I'm going to talk you now, because then we have these opportunities to separate the way in which the animal are, the place where the animal are passing from the vehicles, yeah? Always already this morning, Tony remarked that playing together. Sometimes if we only have an wildlife crossing, a wildlife passages, but there is nothing that guide the animal through this. Perhaps even if it's wonderful, it will not be used by the animals, yeah? So I'm going to talk about this situation where these roads, and we have these hundreds of underpasses and overpasses. How can we modify it to be more used by fauna? I have very short time, so I'm going to focus on underpasses, yeah? Because the third thing that we did in this project is, as you already know, we provided instructions, we standardized everything, how to measure, because we give width and openness, but sometimes we are taking these dimensions in a completely different way. So our first work was to agree with all of them, the names of the types of the fence, everything. And we constructed with all the partners this database of close to 400 transversal structures, 95% underpasses. This is the reason because I'm focusing on this type, okay? And then with this database, we begin to provide criteria to select. First of all, the habitats, the information that I already talked to you, to know if we are in an ecological corridor, in an area that is more used or not, if the habitats surrounding have more quality or not. These kind of things are very important. But second, very important also, the uses. And you cannot see this from any map. Often you need to have this information also for local partners, yeah? To know, well, some you can see if the number of vehicles that are using. So we recommended select the underpasses that are drainages, yeah? When you have a river, for example, cattle trails, pedestrian trails, and paved forestry roads, yeah? We consider non-suitable to use in underpasses where you have a high intensity of traffic, yeah? But you know that we have many of these underpasses that have these particular situations. We also considered the dimensions, but we have not, you know that there is recommendations. Here I provide you the access to the Wildlife and Traffic Handbook, the adapted one. Tomorrow I will talk about the new that we are producing. But the recommendation is for brown bear and large carnivore, at least 15 meters. This is the recommendation, at least. Euro has recommended much more than this. But what we have seen is that really brown bear are using smaller, narrower structures. Strategic location sometimes is more important that if we have 5 or 7 or 10 meters, 10 meters. So we have not considered dimensions as an excluding criteria, yeah? Because it can be narrow, but strategically well located. So not exclude just because it's narrow. This is the idea. And then which modifications are we recommending to undertake? First, important is not in the structure, but on the surroundings. management of the vegetation in the what the road operators call it the rights of way. Is this part of the road or the railway that is managed by the operators, so they can make the management of the vegetation that they consider that must be done. Yeah, and vegetation can be a very, very important way to guide the animals through these safe crossings. So we provided these recommendations. I think Nikki will explain also some more about the election of the species and other things about vegetation. Here is this underpass is from Mayela, I guess. And we have these kind of situations because at the very beginning, we recommend to cut vegetation, and it's not really to cut. Then I realized it's more like to clear. You see, this is before and this is after. No, you cannot see, but there was a lot of vegetation here. This is Photoshop, it's not yet done. But it's clean this, but don't cut these vegetations on both sides, because probably will help you to conduct the animals. But imagine this in summer, all will be green, like in this way, the animal, particularly if it's an animal that is exploring and don't know the space, will easily see that they can see the opposite side. Yeah, and here, even more important, perhaps an animal arrive here, they have an underpass, but there is an easy way for them. Perhaps they will prefer to take this way and cross from the causeway. Yeah, so perhaps we can use vegetation, stones, landscaping for creating these guidelines for the animals to these underpasses. Another problem, obstacles, steps, walls, pits, we can adapt instead of this to have these stones. On here you will see also a nice example from Egnatia Odos, where they have a big wall and they constructed a ramp just to allow the animals. I can say imagination to the power, we say, because, well, sometimes you need to go there and find how the way that you can provide an easy way for the animal to go to the landscape. Fencing and screening, well, they play also together. So we put it, this is an example, an image of the wildlife and traffic and the new handbook. So sometimes it's a good idea to screen the road, because if we have seen the animals use the underpasses mainly during the dusk and the night, then it's a good idea that we provide some screen to reduce the disturbance and create a more, let's say, calm area here. This is not about the screening, but I don't want to lose the opportunity. We are not working only for large carnivore. If you have these structures, you can also provide some refuges, and you will have the opportunity to benefit the small mammals, even snails, beetles, that will use these refuges. Don't think only about large mammals. Fencing, we have here about very important things, poles, the height, the mesh size. I'm not going to provide recommendations because we still have to discuss with partners about what dimensions. But what I can say is, please, attention to the fence endings. Because if the fence is wonderful, the best, non-vulnerable, but when you arrive to the crossing point, you don't fit exactly put the fence in the wings, in the walls, perhaps the animal will choose to go up. One brown bear killed in Spain was exactly this situation. At the end of the fence, when the animal was at the entrance of the fauna passages, this, I think it was an adult female in the Cantabrian mountains, she preferred to broke a little the fence and to go up, because probably she didn't trust to enter on the underpass. So attention, always the fence must conduct the animal to a safe crossing point. Maria has explained it, nice examples about the problems that don't doing this, yeah? And this is, well, look, just see here is a little bit the idea. Here we have an underpass, and here we have an overpass. To put fences both sides and exactly providing the animals, if they follow in one side of the other, they have to find somewhere to cross. If not, always it's a risk to create a new animal vehicle collision hotspot, yeah? The substrate and dried ledges. Large mammals are the umbrella, right? It's this idea. This is not important really for a brown bear to provide a dry ledge, but it has been proven to be important for badgers, from foxes, from many medium otters even. So if you can adapt and provide such well-connected drive ledges, well-connected with the surroundings, if you can provide these stones, all these refuges will benefit not only large animals, but also small and medium sized ones. And my last message, because sometimes we forgot to talk that the best underpass, landscape underpass, as is named now also, it's an adapted viaduct. And why we say adapted? Because of course, viaducts are wonderful because we can preserve the ecological connectivity or restore it. But we need to know that this viaduct is adapted for wildlife or to have this functionality for ecological connectivity, because you need to check. Euro has shown us some nice pictures about that there is not unsuitable uses here. In Sweden, there are poachers, there can be a lot of things that make that we have a nice viaduct, but the uses under the viaduct makes them unusable for wildlife, yeah? So just also invest in checking and improving a little our viaducts. And it's all from my side, first from Simone. I would like to finish asking you if some of the things that you have listened, you are not agree, or you think that you have photos or better recommendations, not now because don't have time for all, but please send us, because in 2 months we are finishing this report all together with the partners. So your ideas will be very, very welcome. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carmen. There is time for questions, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Questions for Carmen?
Still sleeping.
Come on,
Long as
come on.
mouse.
You know, there will be a test afterwards that you have really paid attention.
Even if some expert could bring their ideas or opinions on that. Not only questions if you have. Yeah.
Do you know if anybody else apart from the Life Safe Crossing partners has already used those guidelines, or at least taken some inspiration from those guidelines?
Well, in fact, these guidelines are not part of any of the handbooks that we have at this moment, yeah? Because we have general recommendations that you can apply on existing roads and also on the new roads, yeah? So I think when we have these guidelines, we will put the link in all the other handbooks that we have online, but we have not yet distributed to any other partners.
2 questions for one.
Wonderful.
Euro and Tony, yeah.
Who is first?
Thank you.
So, but considering the size of the structure where animal grows, I was always fighting for larger structures. So that it's not selective towards habituated or animals which are already used to people. I think in European situation, it's very important. These bears, especially speaking of bears, who are not feared of approaching human structures, are usually the ones who are already changed in their nature. Maybe in America it's different. And these are the bears which are not really wanted. So we don't want that only such bears cross. So to make it really used by all bears, total population, I think the animal has to feel really comfortable. So this is why I invented this 120, whatever magic number meters for the width of the Green Bridge. So when the bear is in the middle, hopefully it can feel like it's a part of the habitat. And the second issue which you raised, how they can be spaced. It was also the question to the previous presenter. This is really invented. Every 5 kilometers to have something where animal can cross. So my idea was that the bear approaches the fence somewhere that at least 2.5 kilometers going left or right, it will find a place to get on the other side. And this should be probably tested. But we have one bear I showed you on the slide that was walking even 5 kilometers along the fence, looking for the place to feel comfortable. It didn't use the small passages, it went where the road was in the tunnel, and then it crossed. So these are my feelings that it has to be not so important to have it so frequent, but more important, they're really big, large, for bears, for foxes and badgers, who cares? They can cross everywhere, and frogs.
Thank you, Yuri, because you have bring a very important point, that is that sometimes we talk about the species as if these species behave exactly the same everywhere, and this is absolutely not true. So, there are some brown bears that are absolutely used to humans at this moment. I think not only in Spain, also in other areas here in Italy. And probably they will behave different than others that are in national parks and very scared from people. So this remark that we must think also about that. And about the length, you know, Andreas, that the Wildlife and Traffic recommend based on some data from, I think it was in Czechia, that for all large mammals try to provide that the maximum distance between two crossing points was 1 kilometer. But it was like generic and like trying to give some, let's say, because if you don't say nothing, you can put one each 10 kilometers. So we put this, and then it was such a misunderstanding that somebody think each 1 kilometer you need one passage, and it doesn't important. It's not important where. No, it's very important to adapt the location of the underpasses to the ecological connectivity networks. Yeah, so it's not only a matter of distances. Yeah, I think Tony has another.
My question is, you revised the European Traffic Handbook, right, in 2022. How are you getting the handbook out to the transportation agencies throughout Europe? You know, how do you disseminate it? Because they're the ones that really need to study it, understand it, and start putting it into practice. So is there some, I mean, you have it, and the people, you know, the road ecologists have it, but and probably the NGOs have it, but you know, the people who are making the decisions about how to plan, how to design, you know, they need to have it also. So I just curious.
This is also crucial. We will talk a little more with Maros Finca tomorrow about that, because the Wildlife and Traffic website will be closed soon, I hope, because we will have a new one. And we produce it in the Bison project together with AINI. Yeah, so AINI will maintain this website, but we have been working a lot, much more with transport authorities. And when we have this new website, the next is seminars, web seminars, training seminars, presential, online, whatever. But as you told, the people is not really like reading a lot of handbooks. We have a lot, and we need a lot to talk each other and to teach and to share knowledge. Yeah, so it's a very important point. Thank you for bringing this point also. I think it's okay.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Carmen.
Thank you to you. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Marita Böttcher from the German Federal Agency for Nature Protection. Marita has been working with defragmentation maps and programs in Germany, and is now working within the BISON project with a European defragmentation map. So that the floor is yours, Marita.
Thank you, Andreas. Thank you for the invitation, and I have the pleasure to present you some results of our project, which is called Roadmap to Planning Guidelines for Pan-European Defragmentation, Deployment and Recommended Practices Assignable for Ecoregions and Transport Modes. And this is done not only by me, but also by Cindy Bayer from the University of Kassel and Heinrich Reck from the University of Kiel. Next, I want to tell you today 3 stories. One story about the European defragmentation map. One story about planning guidelines for pan-European defragmentation. Both have to do with each other and cannot work without. And the last is what Tony Clevenger asked, how can we bring this information to the politicians, mainly on the European political level. So I start with the European defragmentation map. This is the first story. What have we done? Or what is the content of this map? This is a compilation of national and cross-border ecological networks, and it presents the different ecological networks as a unified European network, and it is composed not of not ecosystem-specific cores and corridors. We know in the specific networks there are specific ecosystem corridors and cores, but for the implementation and for the view, it is important to show a unified map. The process of the integration of the data of these ecological networks was a selection of the potential relevant network elements. We looked on these networks and investigated them. And there is a big list in the end in the data where you can look what kind of networks you have and who is responsible for that. We have a unification by elimination of the specific differentiations of the ecological networks, and we decided to uniform color illustration that serves the purpose of visualization, the idea of a transnational European ecological network that consists for core areas and corridors. And I think this is the message to the politicians that there is something and that we have something, and that these networks cannot not registered in transport planning. How have we done that? Something about the method, very, very rough. We have different corridor types. We have on the left side an example for linear axis or focal lines. This is how to indicate how to connect core areas of, for example, different ecosystem types with potential and functional or existing corridor areas. And these systems exist in Austria, Germany, Spain, and Switzerland. Or we have area corridors with stepping stones as well as landscapes corridors. They are suitable for migration and dispersal of species groups. And for example, here we have the example from the Czech Republic for large mammals, as well as from Estonia. So the result of the European defragmentation map is, in the moment, we have 17 national ecological networks and 2 international ecological networks. And one example is the Carpathian Corridor. We have defragmentation maps of 8 countries. These are completely incomplete So we have to improve that in the future. We have integrated Natura 2000 sites and the Emerald Network, and also strictly protected and nationally designated areas for countries without ecological network. We know that in these countries, there are small ecological networks, but for the scale of the European network, we couldn't use them. We have taken the 10T, motorways, railways, waterways, ports, and harbors, a selection of that, but the time is too short to explain that. And we overlaid this with potential overlaid this with the ecological network. And so in the end, we have an important defragmentation sections, which should be evaluated in the next process by the national states and then complete the map. So the first result of this European defragmentation map is first, we have ecological connectivity corridors, we have cores, and this is important because the thing is, cores are protected, for example, by the Fauna Habitats Directive, but the connectivity between that, we have no real regulation which protect this on national and international scale. So, and the second is, yes, there are big impacts and you have to look on these impacts, and this should be taken to the politicians. So here I end with the defragmentation map. The second part are planning guidelines for the pan-European defragmentation, because if you don't use it in a planning process, then the map has no impact. So the scale for the assessment, where is the point, the laser? Here, the European defragmentation map, you can use it on the smallest scale, and it is complemented currently by national concepts and other programs and core areas, but you can only use it on the highest level. If you go deeper to the other scales, you become much more concrete, and so you can use much some corridor concepts also, but the deeper you come, the larger the scale you have. You have to go outside and look. It is not only a desktop research in this assessment. In the end, you have to look where you have the defragmentation areas, where you have to look for the avoidance, for the compensation, for all these things, you know, you have to do in the planning process. So the defragmentation map is the very first step, but in the end, you will have then a concrete situation. And we have here scale appropriate indicators and planning standards, and I show you a very snapshot on it. Yeah, this is now again. Yeah. So the next step is that we have supplements for in the need for the different planning scales. That means different indicators. In the next slide, I will come to this. And in the end, we have to look for R&D needs. That means, for example, a European-wide method to identify the best corridors based on habitat typology and other criteria of prioritization. So the map is the very first start, and we have to work on it in the future. On other scales, we have methods. For example, we have to integrate remote sensing, artificial intelligence to identify the best habitat corridors, which is a situation which makes us a little bit more better in looking for biotopes and Then we have on that scale what the colleagues before showed us, methods for monitoring rail and roadkill hotspots on that scale. This is very important. And then you come deeper and deeper and you look for smaller species. And here you have then the species specific reconnection of habitats. And there we have much more research to do on that scale. So, and here we have a first view on these indicators at the relevant scales. Is such an overview in the end paper. You will see it much more concreter. These are a map of different scales which indicator can be used. And here we have obligatory indicator taxa for the regarding planning scales larger than 1 to 50,000. And we also have European important target species for eco corridors or defragmentation concepts. For Middle Europe, we have a list of indicator, but for the other regions, we have to look for and to develop that. So this is the point. We have much more other planning guidelines. There are most consequential deficits of assessment procedures and opportunities for the avoidance of impact. This is the first step, the avoidance of impact. And the best green bridge, the best passage is the best we don't use. We have aimed minimal average densities for ecological corridors. We have a paper of thresholds for a minimum distances and the size of fauna passages as strong barriers. We have guidelines for bundling of transport infrastructure. This becomes in Europe a very, very important impact. We have guidelines for bundling of transport infrastructure and for the voltaic panels. This is also becomes a very deep impact. We create really, really big barriers. Then we have a guideline for corridors of life, integrated transport structure as habitat corridors along roads. We have the parity reconnection plan and related R&D needs. So, oops. And now to the third story. I asked myself, why our things we have produced, and we do it since 30 years and more, are so seldom used in the planning history. And here I copied something from the EU, and what you see, you should not read it, you can read it later on. It is that green roads are roads which have reduced carbon dioxide, which have reduced nitrogen, which reduce noise. Where is the balance to the impacts on biodiversity? So my first question of all, if I look on the European scale, is when the TEN-T is planned, the first question should be, what kind of mobility do we want in Europe? Maybe Andreas has something talked about that today. This is the first question. Do we need all these impacts, all these roads and rails, or should we mix it? No one talks really about that. And if we are in, when we plan the real infrastructure, then the avoidance and mitigations of impacts on nature must currently in the mind from the very start of the project. But in the moment, as I told you, only carbon dioxide, nitrogen, and noise is in the brain of the road planners. This is, I don't understand why this is. And my last question here is, Why unnecessary aspects of nature conservation and development, like the maintenance and restoration of connectivity, are handled as an add-on and not as a basic for avoiding and minimizing serious damages of natural processes. We are not only look on the brown bears itself, we are looking also on the function of the brown bears in the landscape. And this is too often forgotten. And this must be in the brain of the people. And if you look, I looked in the regulations of the EU to the TEN-T. And what I saw is there's nothing about nature conservation. When we had in 2012, the conference in Potsdam of IENE, in the time before I looked for the papers on the White Book on Transport, and there was defragmentation or fragmentation named, but it disappeared. And now if you read something about the legislation, you don't find it. So this is only a proposal. I think we have to integrate in the legislation of the transport planners the words fragmentation, the assessment of habitat fragmentation on the highest level. If we don't do that, nothing will happen. In this legislation, you have, I think, 40 paragraphs, and only one paragraph is, yes, you have to do an assessment of the Habitat State Directive, of the Water Framework, and all these things. But all these things doesn't really matter. The connectivity, and you all know mobility is life, and life needs mobility. And if you cut this mobility away, then you have a zoo with the habitats, with the core habitats. So we have to integrate that. And I hope if we, in 2 weeks in the European Parliament, we can transport this a little bit. I'm not sure, but this is a hope. So according to the roadmap, a first step is according to the polluter pays principle, and road planners, are polluters. It must be integrated, a European defragmentation program. Carmen said in the presentation before, the green bridges, all these stuff is too expensive. I say it is not. Just look what a kilometer of a motorway costs, and then look what a fauna passage costs, and then look what we lose if we don't do that, if we don't create that. So we need this European defragmentation program. We need radar costs for the planning and construction of the crossing aids when we plan the transport, not only for the motorways, but also for the avoidance of fragmentation. We need a presentation of an accountability report together with a map to show the progress to build defragmentation measures. And we need it from the authority responsible for the TEN-T at the European level. We also need, and this is the work we should do together, standards about defragmentation on EU level, and the handbook is the first part of that. And we need also to establish parity reconnections plans from the very start, very rough on the highest level, and deeper and deeper, the smaller, the larger the scale you will have. So this is my message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marita. There is need for action, definitely. Yes. There is need for action, definitely. Yes. Questions, comments? Tony.
Thank you very much for your talk. No, I speaking as a non-European, This is really typical from what I understand. I mean, it's been a long time since I've lived in Europe, but these conflicting missions and objectives of European programs, where you have on the one hand this TEN-T, which is going to improve mobility, but on the other hand, you have other programs that are trying to conserve nature, so they're in complete conflict. And I think what you were talked about, the European defragmentation program, I didn't quite understand if that was something that's already been established or something that you're drafting that's going to go to the European Parliament. But it seems like for these things to talk together in a coherent manner, and you actually, are able to realize something positive for nature conservation in Europe with transportation infrastructure development, ultimately something has to be passed at the European Parliament level, so that defragmentation gets built into the infrastructure policy. Is that correct?
I think on national level, we know that, and on national level, we have in some countries programs where defragmentation programs are going on. So we can take this and transport this to the EU. This is the positive thing. But I think also we should be a little bit more aggressive to them. And because if you look on the European biodiversity strategy, there is agriculture, there is renewable energies, there is other impacts, but nothing about impacts of transport infrastructure. And this is a big failure. We have to bring them together, and it is, I don't know how to do it, because both sides don't want to touch each other, I think. And if, yes, we with this Horizon, with this Bison project, but also from the AINE, can bring them together. And yes, it's not only positive. I think we should be a little bit more aggressive, because if you say, please, 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 no one will react. If you say, and this is, I think, the best message of the map, if you show them to say, here, we have worked for that, and we can tell you what you have to do. And now you have to react. My experience from Germany is that it worked a little bit. It's not perfect, really not. But in the end, I hope we will come step by step. And the other point is we have no time. Climate change, as you see here, is working against us. And it must be in the brains of the people that climate change will act in a way that it tells us how we overcome these problems, but that we overcome that problem is biodiversity. And the more you get it in the brain of the politicians, the better we can do. While in the end, we do it for our own.
Thank you, Marita.
Okay.
More questions? We have to go to the next speaker. So our next speaker is Mario Cipollone. He will talk about something that would need the defragmentation map as a prerequisite. It's about rewilding. So please, Mario.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks. Thank you to have invited me. Thanks to the Life Safe Crossing. I'm going to speak about how the road ecology activities of Salviamo l'Orso and Rewilding Apennines can complement the Life Besmar corridors. So I give a short description of the Life Besmar corridors, which is taking action in 2 countries, Italy and Greece. There is a budget over 5 million euros, with co-funding from the European Commission of 75%. The duration is from October 2021 to the end of September 2026. The aim is to improve conditions for bear-human coexistence in bear expansion areas and corridors in order to support the movement of the species. Of course, in the Central Apennines, the target species is the Marsican brown bear. And so the key actions, development of 16 bear communities following a North American model which needs to be adapted to the local situation, and also develop best practices of coexistence with bears. We want to modify water wells where bears can drown. We are aiming to improve habitat, the habitat of the bear, improving natural food resources. We want to distribute damage preventative structures to farmers, replace garbage bins to reduce access to waste. In Greece, in particular, there will be distribution of anti-poison first aid kits, development of rapid intervention teams, capacity buildings of stakeholders. So that's other goal of this project. The partnership, there are some NGOs, so two Italian NGOs I represent, Rewilding Apennines, Salviamo l'Orso. Then we have also the Abruzzo, Lazio e Molise National Park, the Gran Sasso Monti Alaga National Park, the Sirente Velino Regional Park, and the municipality of Petrono sul Gizio for Italy. For Greece, Callisto and Arcturos, two NGOs, the Comune of Amintaio, Kenacap, and then the University of Thessaly. So I speak a little bit about Salviamo l'Orso, also because we need to focus on road ecology. Salviamo l'Orso operates in 5 regions where the bear is distributed in the Central Apennines according to the action plan for the conservation of the Marsican brown bear, the national plan. So while rewilding Apennines has a rewilding landscape, which is the one we can see on the map on the right. And we are focusing as organizations in the wildlife or ecological corridors connecting the protected areas in the Central Apennines. So you know that vehicular traffic is a real threat for wildlife, especially in the corridors. There are, as we have already learned, some roads which pose a real threat for bears and other wildlife. And I have to update the data about the number, the percentage of bears which were killed by roads. But you see the number is quite high, and also recently some bears have been killed by cars. So we want to reduce, of course, the causes of the cases of death of the Marsican brown bear due to human causes. And in this case, we specifically focus on road accidents for wildlife and the Marsican brown bear in particular. So we started as Salviamo l'Orso with a very small granted project along the state road. Once was a regional road, 83 Marsicana, between the municipalities of Gioia dei Marsi and Pescasseroli. And so we wanted to reduce the speed limit over that road. Also, we wanted to implement preventive and repressive measures by the police and raise information for motorcyclists and bus drivers in particular, but for all drivers in the area. So this is the reduction of the speed limit that from 90 km/h was reduced to 70. And then we also installed these wildlife warning reflectors, just optical at the beginning. And then we got inspired by other road signs that were already installed in the area by nature reserves and national parks. We developed this model that was taken actually from North America. with, of course, Italian wording, but also English because of the tourist flows in our region. Then we also painted the roads with these 4 stripes with also the word RAL, which translates slow down. It's just the beginning of rallentare. And here we can see these horizontal warning signs. So the maintenance of the roadsides also was important. We arranged with ANAS, before was the province of L'Aquila, now it's ANAS, the clearing of the roadsides to improve visibility for drivers and also for the animals crossing. So we actually were working along with these road maintenance companies. Then, thanks to the contribution of Rewilding Apennines, so complementing the work of Salviamo l'Orso, this action was extended to the stretch between Pescasseroli and Opi. Then also information boards were installed, and there are some brochures of this initiative with, you see, the bear that wants to cross to the opposite side of the road. There were some public meetings explaining the project, and this is Daniele, actually one of the people who worked more in this road ecology issue. Again, Daniele interviewed by the local TV news. And also there were some press releases stressing the issue of vehicle-bear collisions and trying to sensitize the public opinion, but also the road maintenance companies. Then thanks to funding from IOCA, we were working also on the State Road 17. And on this road in particular, but also on the previous one, we are networking now with the Life Safe Crossing, which is strengthening, of course, our initiatives. So at least 20 kilometers of road were in a way secured. We know that zero risk doesn't exist, but we installed quite a lot of warning reflectors, both optical and sound reflectors. And we replicated this initiative also on a provincial road, which is joining this State Road 17 in the municipality of Pettorano sul Gizio, but also getting to Intro d'Acqua, not far from here. Then that's another initiative. 4 underpasses, at least 4 and 5 laybys have been regularly cleaned of anthropogenic waste. Also, the vegetation was in a way trimmed to favor the passage of the animals. And the laybys, of course, there was quite a lot of food waste that was removed, and this waste could potentially attract bears. Then we also carried out a biopermeability study on the State Road 690 in Avezzano, Sora. And we inspected 46 kilometers of road, some overpasses and underpasses. And we checked also if the underpasses, overpasses were free for animal movements. And in some cases, we found that they were used by some farmers, some people, which were actually stopping the passage for the animals. And of course, it's quite difficult to persuade them to remove those barriers. There was also a occlusion profile or barrier profile. So there was an estimate of how many kilometers or 100 meters of this road are affected by barriers, and which is the biopermeability of the road. Apparently it's quite high because of the landscape. And so unintentionally, there are quite a lot of underpasses and overpasses. And so some camera traps were deployed in the underpasses and overpasses to check how many animals were using these passages, and also signs of presence were reported. And this is a wall, quite high wall. And we found this, Simone Giovacchini, actually the biologist who carried out this study, took a picture of what looks like bear scratches. So the bear thought to climb down, actually to get down from this high wall in a very difficult and dangerous stretch of the road. So we extended this intervention in 2021 in Alto Molise area, so outside Abruzzo, in another supposed wildlife corridor, where some bears have been reported in recent times. And so we also installed these road signs, and we painted again the road with slow down horizontal warning signals. Last year and beginning of this year, we contributed as Rewilding Apennines and Salviamo l'Orso to build this metal fence along State Road 17 to steer the movements of animals in an underpass. And this work, of course, has been financed by the Safe Crossing Project 2, the Abruzzo, Lazio and Molise National Park. WWF also contributed. And I finished. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mario. There's time for questions. Okay.
Yeah, just a question. Have you evaluated if the horizontal signs have any effects on the reduction of animal vehicle collisions?
What we evaluated was if, let's say, there was a decrease of collisions with vehicles after the intervention. It wasn't very easy because at the beginning we didn't have enough data, so ex ante, but we noticed that there was in general a reduction using all these intervention, all these devices together. Of course, there are a lot of people who are ignoring road signs, speed limits, you know, so we need to work a lot on raising people's awareness. Thank you for the question.
More questions? Yeah, I think it's when we talk about corridors and reconnecting the core areas, I often think that that we must not forget the area in between the corridors, the matrix, it's the landscape matrix itself. We can provide wonderful mitigation measures, fauna passages at the corridors, where corridors are intersected by roads. But what do we do with the rest of the landscape?
Exactly. And in fact, our Life Besmar Corridor project is focusing to improve the quality of the environment in the corridors. And we, for instance, are taking care of some food resources for bears. We are addressing some threats like poaching, poisoning, some especially, I mean, we are trying to increase the social acceptance of local communities through the Besmar communities, and also by helping farmers and beekeepers to live with bears. So we try to make the corridors more viable for bears, and of course we need to focus also on roads, even though we are complementing, let's say, the actions of the Life Safe Crossing. We are focusing with Life Besmar corridors more on coexistence, and the actions I showed are more, let's say, to make also roads more bear friendly, but the focus on the Besmar corridor project is more on coexistence and improving the habitat to make it more functional for bears. And it's not very easy because in national parks, of course, or nature reserves, the regime of protection is higher, and in the corridors you can find many activities which are not very wildlife friendly, and we need to mediate with the stakeholders which are not very used to nature conservation. And yeah, it's not an easy job.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have a coffee break, but let's take it a bit shorter. So 16:35, we will be back, 15 minutes. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paola Bertotto from Wolf Alps, and she will talk about another defragmentation project. Yeah. No, press it again. Yeah.
Ok, buongiorno, sono Paola Bertotto e lavoro per la città metropolitana di Torino, che è un partner del progetto LIFE Wolf Alps EU. In particolare vi racconterò dell'azione C6 che si occupa degli incidenti stradali in Alta Valle di Susa. Intanto ringrazio Simona e Annette che ci hanno invitato a raccontare la nostra esperienza. Rappresento in realtà una squadra di lavoro molto più ampia con tanti tecnici che molto validi. Allora, noi lavoriamo, questa azione si svolge all'interno di questo progetto che è la naturale continuazione del vecchio progetto LIFE sul lupo. La differenza qual è? Che prima si occupava solo del lupo in territorio italiano, mentre adesso ha un carattere internazionale, per cui l'area di azione del progetto è su tutto l'arco alpino, sia francese, sloveno, austriaco e italiano. I partner sono tantissimi, è un progetto molto ambizioso che si articola in tante azioni. Le solite azioni tipiche dei progetti sul lupo, quindi dalla prevenzione al monitoraggio, antibracconaggio, il controllo dell'ibridazione. Poi ci sono delle azioni un po' più specifiche, nuove diciamo, la valutazione dell'impatto sul lupo, sulle prede, quindi ci sono 4 aree di studio dove vengono fatti degli studi particolari sul rapporto lupo-prede con la collaborazione dei cacciatori, la riduzione della frammentazione ambientale di cui vi parlerò dopo, e poi naturalmente comunicazione, educazione, coinvolgimento degli stakeholder, eccetera. Perché l'obiettivo del progetto comunque è quello di migliorare la coesistenza del lupo con le attività umane su tutto l'arco alpino. Allora, entriamo nel particolare, nell'azione C6, quindi la riduzione della frammentazione ambientale in Alta Valle di Susa tramite il recupero di aree critiche. Questo è un esempio di alcuni ambienti che ci sono in valle. Analogamente all'azione C6 c'è anche la sua azione di verifica, la D3, che portiamo avanti in modo parallelo. A questa azione lavoriamo sia noi, città metropolitana, che il Parco delle Alpi Cozie, ma veniamo anche supportati dal Parco delle Alpi Marittime e dall'Università di Torino. Per chi non conosce la Valle di Susa, è la valle più occidentale delle Alpi Cozie, è anche la più grande e la più antropizzata. Basta pensare che qua si sono svolti sia i campionati mondiali di sci alpino che le Olimpiadi del 2006 per capire il grado di infrastrutture presenti sul territorio. Ci sono 8 comuni interessati, è una valle dal carattere prettamente montano, il fondovalle passa dai 600 metri ai 1700, tanto per intenderci. E quest'area di studio è attraversata da 2 statali, una ferrovia e un'autostrada, che sono evidenziate nella mappa. Noi ci siamo concentrati su queste infrastrutture perché la maggior parte degli incidenti comunque avvengono lungo le vie di comunicazione principali. Il resto della valle, dove ci sono solo strade di carattere provinciale, dove le macchine vanno più lente, dove ci sono più tornanti, il numero di incidenti è più basso, quindi abbiamo preferito concentrarci nelle zone più critiche. Questi sono 2 casi di lupi trovati morti lungo la ferrovia e lungo l'autostrada, ma come sappiamo il ritrovamento dei lupi morti è un evento occasionale proprio per evitare di perderci dei dati. In Regione Piemonte abbiamo fatto un protocollo. Il protocollo di ritrovamento lupi morti ci ha permesso di recuperare tutti questi lupi morti dal 2001 a oggi. Solo in provincia di Torino sono ben 146, di cui 61 concentrati tutti sul fondovalle della Val di Susa, del tratto alto, di cui 25 investiti dalle macchine e 29 dal treno. Parlavo di questo protocollo, il protocollo l'abbiamo firmato noi come città metropolitana, la Regione Piemonte, i parchi presenti sul territorio, le ASL e anche l'Istituto Zooprofilattico e il Corpo Forestale dello Stato, che adesso sono diventati carabinieri. Quindi ogni ritrovamento del lupo morto, il personale degli enti recuperava la carcassa, compilava la scheda, portava la carcassa all'Università di Veterinaria, dove viene fatta poi l'autopsia e vengono presi tutti i campioni necessari per analisi di vario genere. Questo per quanto riguarda il lupo. Le sue specie preda, come vedete, la situazione è terribile. Questo qua siamo sempre il fondovalle della Valle di Susa, ma anche il resto della provincia conta tantissimi incidenti. Questi sono tutti gli incidenti stradali di cui noi abbiamo avuto notizia dal 2002 ad oggi, sono più di 4.500 e come vedete la maggior parte sono caprioli che sono stati investiti seguiti dal cinghiale. Però se facciamo un focus sull'Alta Valle di Susa, la nostra area di studio, vediamo che in realtà le specie maggiormente coinvolte sono il capriolo seguite dal cervo. Il cinghiale in Alta Valle c'è, ma non è così frequente. Ma perché così tanti incidenti proprio in Valle di Susa, nonostante sia la valle più antropizzata di tutta la provincia di Torino? Perché in realtà l'ambiente è molto favorevole. Ci sono tantissimi boschi alternati a radure. Negli anni 70 sono state fatte le prime reintroduzioni di ungulati e che hanno avuto molto successo. Quindi l'abbondanza di spazi liberi, perché le attività umane si concentrano sul fondovalle e poche altre zone. La presenza di specie preda ha fatto sì che nel 97 ci sia stata il primo ritorno del lupo con la prima riproduzione proprio all'interno del bosco di Salbertrand. Qua vedete l'ultimo dato del censimento del monitoraggio del lupo che abbiamo fatto. I cerchi sono cerchi di 200 km² indicativi e sono concentrati sul centro di attività di ogni branco. Come vedete, i territori dei branchi sono tagliati in 2 dalle infrastrutture. Naturalmente per lavorare su queste infrastrutture non potevamo farlo di nostra iniziativa, ma abbiamo dovuto assolutamente avere la collaborazione degli enti gestori, quindi ANAS, RFI e SITAF, hanno firmato la dichiarazione di supporto al progetto e con loro è nata un'ottima collaborazione. Tant'è che spesso ci sono stati degli interventi fatti dalle loro maestranze con loro fondi, così hanno incrementato in modo indiretto il piccolo budget che abbiamo a disposizione per questa azione. I lavori sono ancora in corso, quindi non abbiamo grandi risultati da esporvi se non dire quello che stiamo facendo. Siamo partiti analizzando i database di cui vi ho parlato prima per identificare le aree maggiormente critiche e poi insieme agli enti gestori siamo andati sul posto per trovare la soluzione ottimale. Abbiamo trattato in modo separato strade e ferrovia perché comunque le criticità e il modo di intervenire sono diversi. Questo riguarda la ferrovia. Sono i lupi investiti lungo la ferrovia. Abbiamo fatto col kernel, creato queste zone di maggiore, individuato queste zone di maggiore criticità. Sono 4 punti che vi esporrò brevemente. La ferrovia per gran parte passa sempre a piano campagna e non è recintata perché la legge non prevede che la ferrovia sia recintata. Gli animali camminano sulla ferrovia, come avete visto dalla foto iniziale, tranquillamente. Anzi, in inverno, quando c'è neve, la utilizzano ancora di più per spostarsi perché è libera dal manto nevoso. Abbiamo individuato dei punti dove sono presenti diversi sottopassi, ce n'è uno qua ce n'è un altro, qua ce ne sono altri due, insomma. La permeabilità volendo c'è. Noi allora, RFI sul nostro consiglio ha recintato con fondi propri la ferrovia, in modo tale da costringere gli animali a passare nel sottopasso che è qua sotto. Quindi non abbiamo interrotto la continuità, la connettività ambientale, ma li abbiamo semplicemente indirizzati verso dei passaggi. Fra l'altro sono tutti passaggi grossi perché sono tutti carrai di strade secondarie sterrate. Questo è il punto 2, siamo exil. Questo punto qua è un po' problematico perché quando abbiamo fatto la prima analisi non era venuto fuori come una grossissima criticità, ma nel frattempo abbiamo avuto la prova sia da fototrappole che da tracciature che i lupi utilizzano normalmente questo cavalcavia, che è questo qua, per attraversare questo canalone. Tant'è che a novembre sono stati investiti 2 cuccioli qua, tutte e 2 insieme. Visto questo intervento non era stato pianificato, quindi in questo momento ci mancano i fondi per realizzarlo, li stiamo cercando, prendendo un po' di qui, un po' di là, e cercheremo di realizzare anche questo intervento. Qua siamo a Salbertrand, è una zona particolare questa perché qui ci sarà il cantiere della ferrovia ad alta velocità Torino-Lione. Questa zona qua diventerà tutto il cantiere del TAV e sarà tutta recintata. Quindi noi come città metropolitana e il Parco dell'Alpi Cozie siamo comunque nei tavoli di lavoro e sarà una zona che verrà trattata anche in altre sedi. Nel frattempo, scusate, ho sbagliato. Nel frattempo qua c'era questo sottopasso, in realtà è un sottopasso di tipo idraulico. RFI ha avuto la necessità di liberarlo dai sedimenti per la normale manutenzione dei binari. Dopo i lavori da così è diventato così. Purtroppo è sempre allagato, ma perché è nato come sottopasso idraulico, non ci sono le altezze per fare un marciapiede laterale per facilitare il transito della fauna. Abbiamo messo comunque una fototrappola per controllare. Finora non è passato nessun animale, neanche la volpe ha voluto entrarli dentro. In ogni caso abbiamo fatto mettere un pezzettino di rete, un po' per indirizzare gli animali verso il sottopasso o almeno costringerli ad attraversare la ferrovia in un posto con una visibilità un po' maggiore. Perché in questo punto qua i cervi vanno a pascolare, vengono poi investiti dal treno, il lupo alimentandosi del treno, del cervo, investito dal treno, vengono investiti anche loro. Salendo su per la valle, siamo a Ulzio, qui la ferrovia corre parallela all'autostrada, quindi i sottopassi sono gemelli, nel senso che sono uno di fianco all'altro. Uno in particolare era completamente sporco, occluso da sedimenti portati dal torrente, rifiuti, vegetazione. È bastato SITAF con le sue maestranze, l'ha pulito, è bastata la pulizia per rendere un sottopasso altamente fruibile anche dagli uomini. Abbiamo già diversi filmati di lupo che passano, prima non passava niente, oltre al lupo sono passate anche altre specie animali. Inoltre, in questi 2 svincoli qua, c'erano queste rampe erbose che hanno permesso a 2 lupi di salire sull'autostrada. E allora abbiamo semplicemente chiesto a SITAF di mettere delle reti per impedire al lupo e agli altri animali di salire lungo l'autostrada. La situazione sulle strade è un po' diversa, è meno puntuale, sono molto più diffusi gli incidenti. Come vedete sono nella parte alta della valle, ma perché nel tratto basso la valle è molto stretta, ma ha i versanti molto ripidi, per cui la strada corre a metà costa con muri di sostegno e di contenimento a monte e valle e non è permeabile in nessun modo. Appena la valle si apre e la strada corre sul fondovalle, compaiono gli incidenti. Questi qua sono gli interventi che abbiamo pianificato, sono ancora devono essere ancora approvati in modo ufficiale da ANAS. Si tratta di interventi non particolarmente importanti, ma perché il codice della strada mette tantissimi paletti sulla tipologia degli interventi possibili. Per fortuna, io dico così, questo che era un punto molto critico, questo rettilineo dove le macchine vanno velocissime nonostante il limite dei 70 all'ora, il comune ha chiesto la realizzazione di una rotatoria che ha come effetto secondario quello di rallentare le macchine almeno per 500 metri a valle e 500 metri a monte. In questo modo qua, rallentando la macchina, speriamo che questo punto qua sia un po' più sicuro, anche perché qua c'è un corridoio ecologico molto importante e uno dei primi lupi trovati morti è stato trovato proprio qua. Noi, visto che la progettazione, fra l'altro, di questa rotonda è in capo a Città Metropolitana per una questione di servizi interni, noi ci siamo infilati nel tavolo di lavoro in modo tale da mettere subito in atto gli accorgimenti migliori, perché, come sapete, intervenire sull'esistente è sempre più complicato. Inoltre, da progetto era previsto lo sviluppo di un'app che avvisi i guidatori di zone a rischio di incidente. Visto che in provincia di Cuneo, che è la provincia confinante, c'era già un'app simile, abbiamo contattato i colleghi e abbiamo deciso di offrire al pubblico un unico strumento con una copertura territoriale maggiore. Quindi stiamo facendo le ultime analisi, la validazione, e a breve questa app sarà disponibile. Quindi coprirà non solo tutta la provincia di Cuneo, ma anche tutta la provincia di Torino, non solo l'Alta Valle di Susa. Come tutte le azioni dell'AIF, c'è anche la sua azione di verifica, la D3. Abbiamo messo 20 fototrappole che stanno monitorando i vari sottopassi. In alcuni casi, come abbiamo visto prima, del lupo che attraversava è già il post-operam, in altri casi spesso è ancora l'ante-operam. Passa un po' di tutto, oltre, scusate, però comunque le nostre specie target in ogni caso passano oltre animali domestici, uomini e chi più ne ha più ne metta. Campagna di sensibilizzazione, perché potendo agire poco sulle strade era fondamentale fare una campagna di sensibilizzazione forte. Quindi oltre a post, news, infografiche e tutte queste azioni abbiamo fatto anche, stiamo organizzando per quest'estate degli incontri sia con le scuole guida che con la popolazione sulla tematica. Dopo la visita che ci hanno fatto Simone e Annette, facciamo anche, riflettiamo il loro poster, stiamo facendo i preventivi, quindi a breve ci saranno anche questi. Abbiamo realizzato un poster su quello che stiamo facendo, a breve ci sarà anche un pieghevole simile. Abbiamo fatto passare sui pannelli a messaggio variabile, sia nostri che di ANAS, un messaggio di allerta, e faremo poi anche un video sull'argomento. Inoltre, per valutare l'efficacia della campagna di sensibilizzazione, ma che in realtà è anche questo un metodo per sensibilizzare le persone, abbiamo fatto un questionario anonimo diffuso in valle sui vari canali social proprio sull'argomento. Lo rifaremo poi dopo il prossimo anno, fine campagna di sensibilizzazione, per vedere quello che succederà. Ecco qua.
Thank you very much, Paula. Other questions? Yes.
Question in Italian. Avete già fatto il lavoro con le scuole guida, quindi avete già ricevuto un feedback o è un'attività che dovete ancora iniziare?
No, dobbiamo ancora iniziarla, stiamo
ok.
pianificando adesso.
Perché ero curiosa di sapere che tipo di feedback avete avuto, perché noi abbiamo lavorato anche con le scuole guida con il Life Safe Crossing e sono stati uno degli stakeholder proprio più interessato a questo tipo di lavoro. In particolare erano proprio felici di vedere che c'era un ente pubblico che si stava occupando di questo problema, perché a quanto pare loro che lavorano nelle scuole guida hanno molto a cuore il tema in generale della sicurezza stradale, quindi anche quello proprio legato agli incidenti con la fauna, e quindi abbiamo ricevuto una richiesta proprio di instaurare collaborazioni più durature, che non è semplice perché c'è un turnover continuo di ragazzi, no? Però loro hanno mostrato molto interesse nei confronti di questo tipo di attività, di connessione, insomma, con un ente che si occupa di questo problema. Quindi magari poi quando ci lavorerete sarò curiosa di sapere come andrà.
Sono contenta perché temavamo un po' che fosse una cosa un po' inutile, non l'avevamo mai fatta. Pensavamo anche di chiedere alle scuole lì dell'Alta Valle di Susa, non scuole guida, scuole superiori, di fare degli incontri con le quarte e le quinte, cioè proprio i futuri patentati, cioè iniziare già da prima della patente a inculcargli questa attenzione che bisogna avere sulle strade.
Credo che dalle scuole guida, insomma, anche noi, cioè, non ci aspettavamo questo entusiasmo, invece non tutti chiaramente, però molte, noi abbiamo contattato circa 40 scuole guida e molti di loro ci hanno proprio telefonato per chiederci di fornire materiale informativo, di andare a fare lì dei seminari, quindi insomma abbiamo avuto un feedback superiore all'atteso, quindi sono curiosa di vedere come andrà. Grazie.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Radu Mo from Romania. He was responsible for the previous AINE conference in Cluj-Napoca. And Radu, you will speak about the cross-sectorial integrative approach to ensure defragmentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you first for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here with you in this beautiful city, and also a big congratulations for your very important project, and keep up the good work. So I would like to speak to you about this cross-sectoral approach at the landscape level. Basically, how we dealt with that in former project, which ended up in December. And how actually we try to integrate the mitigation and solution related with transport into an overall landscape level operational plan. First, a very short introductory topics. We all know by now that the initial approach of protection of biodiversity in isolated, protected areas overlapping with biodiversity hotspots didn't actually work because they were impacted by the development of the surrounding areas. Therefore, we came up with the connectivity concept, the capacity of individual genes and processes to freely move across landscapes. But this new concept also brought new challenges, because all of a sudden we realized that we should not only deal with ecology, biology, ethology of wild species and habitats, but we need to deal with sectoral management, communication, public awareness. Actually, this became more a social endeavor than a biological or ecology related issue. And in terms of connectivity, of course, that we understand better our needs of movement, traveling or moving our goods across the landscape. And in century, we developed our planet into an anthropogenic network, actually. The problem is that by doing that, we are fragmenting the green networks, the ecological connectivity. So even this is considered nowadays as an essential, is essential for long-term protection of biodiversity. I think we still do not know all the details and aspects related with ecological connectivity. And why this is important, why we need to discuss about landscape approach. Of course, we are all aware of the ecological networks that try to mimic our transport networks. So basically linking core areas, hotspots of biodiversity with more or less very well-defined corridors. But nowadays, a new concept, this of green infrastructure appear, and this actually offer us more flexibility in a sense that it's rather a concept, not a set of very precise rules, which incorporate the concepts of multifunctionality, adaptation to climate change, for example, or spatial planning, benefits for humans, but also for biodiversity, including defragmentation, connectivity, also land swap across sectors to improve connectivity. So although it's a very, not vague, but lax definition, it offers us these tools to address these new concepts. Because of the end of the day, we need to make these two infrastructure, the gray one and the green one, to function on the same landscape. So as I said, for us, it's easy to understand our networks of transport, but in terms of green infrastructure, green networks, I think we understand better the structural elements, basically how these natural features are placed in space and integrated, interacting into the landscape. However, just to mention that probably our mind identify forested areas as a green infrastructure, whereas there are a lot of species for which the forest is a barrier. So we need to make sure that those species have their own functional green infrastructure. And the functionality of these green infrastructures, actually it's an outcome of the structural element. So basically the end result of individuals, genes to move across the landscape and to preserve viable populations. So in our project, we say that the main aim is to harmonize the gray and green infrastructure. And we all know that transport infrastructure have a huge impact on biodiversity. And actually it's more or less direct related with all these 5 drivers of biodiversity loss. On the same time, we need to acknowledge the important steps that transport sector have made in order to address these impacts. And just to mention the avoid, mitigate, compensate approach, dealing with a larger range of stakeholders also planning at landscape scale, it's now, I would say, mainstream. And for example, you will get a dedicated chapter into the updated handbook of transport and wildlife. However, addressing and mitigating the impact of transport, although it's critical, is not sufficient, because probably we all know a lot of examples where perfectly implemented solution on the transport infrastructure have been made non-functional, but by the impacts that were outside the transport jurisdiction, so to speak, into the nearby landscape. Also, we need to be aware of the internal constraints of the transport sector to address this landscape planning. First is the limited capacity, of course. It's the pressure of finalizing the projects in short time and with a predefined budget. And as I said, this limited jurisdiction on the land where it could operate. However, there are also external constraints that play a very important role in this, and it's the access of lacking access to data, especially spatial planning related data at regional level. In many cases, the stakeholders are not necessarily aware of the connectivity importance and the interaction between different sectors and plans. Therefore, the cooperation is not necessarily straightforward. You need to fight to have this cooperation functional. And as a result, the compensation part of the transport approach is, in most of the cases, is based on the opportunities to find a solution, and not necessarily based on priorities at landscape level. Also, we need to acknowledge this difference, the dynamic of landscape elements. So being a natural thing, of course, green infrastructure is more dynamic. It could be created, recreated in time, and also because it's natural, again, it's hard to be understand. Therefore, we need actually to model it and its functionality based on umbrella or key species. Whereas the gray infrastructure, once is implemented or constructed, we could consider it as a long-term or having a permanent impact. Therefore, it's very important for all permeable sectors, all objects that are built on gray infrastructure to be considered potential objects that could play a role for biodiversity as well. So in this respect, we could say that in most of the cases, it's virtually impossible to avoid intersection between those two infrastructures. So these intersections should be considered as critical areas. And when we are planning for transport infrastructure, we should not only consider what we see in the landscape now, but we should consider how the landscape will evolve in the future, because what may seem like a very good place to intersect and to mitigate the transport infrastructure due to other reasons of land use changes and so on could become really not suboptimal. And those solutions should be always considered from different perspectives. So basically to have this cross-sectoral assessment and approach, because even the best plan and implemented transport solution might become non-functional for different reasons. So in the left, you could see a underpass adapted for wildlife use. But of course, being functional for wildlife, it's an opportunity for poaching as well. On the right, of course, you see a fence that didn't took into account the land ownership. Therefore, the farmers, in order to get to their land, as they did before the motorway being constructed, they always open the fence and making all the solutions irrelevant because of course, the wildlife could enter the motorway space. So we said that this cooperation is critical, but in order to make this cooperation functioning, first we need to understand each of the sectors that are relevant for connectivity at landscape level. We need to understand the potential impact. We need to be aware of the internal norms, practices, strategies, and to select out of them the tools that we can use in order to work with them. And we need to be able to communicate with sectoral stakeholders. And for this, you need to have a common language. You can't speak using, let's say, ecology terms with a farmer, with a, I don't know, developer. You need to understand and to speak their language in order to be able to communicate. Also, it's very important, we will not be able to attract all of them into our discussion. And we need to find so-called champions, people, organization, entities that they are willing to change and to really cooperate and to become a model for the other, because they are more credible within their sector than we are. And also, it's very important to openly discuss each of the problem, the implication. We should agree on some targets and try to make a plan to get to those targets. And by doing this, it's very important to start working. And of course, it's important to address the critical issues, but I will say it's also important to start with small and easy to implement solution, because this will create the legacy, it will increase the trust between the actors. So do not aim only for the big targets, try to start also with small steps and to get to the main goal. So this is a break for a question, because all of you who have worked in this type of projects, you will say, okay, very nice. But doing that, it's really complicated. And it's clear that theoretically it could work, but in practice, there are a lot of issues to be solved. So quickly, I would like to present what we tried to do. Into Safe Green project. It was funded by the Danube International Program of Interreg. I will not read out loud all the details, but you could see and more details on the website. What is important is that we had 8 pilot areas in 7 countries within the Danube region. And one of the aim of the project was to develop these so-called cross-sectoral operational plans, and of course to partially implement them during the project duration. Important detail is that all these pilot areas have their specifics in terms of landscape, typology, transport, type of impacts, and so on. And in order to be able to, in short time, to work with all the partners, we what we done, we listed and described the impacts of each relevant sector. And we predefined some elements that will allowed us to exchange this experience across partners. So we came up with 8 threats or pressures to connectivity, and with 49 specific connectivity objectives that could be easily adapted to the local situation. And actually, those was the ones that were the starting point for a log frame for this cross-sectoral action plans. You could see here the of course, there are tables, but they will be hard to be presented. So you could see here the content of these plans. And I will say that it's very important to highlight these tools, methodology, experience that could be integrated into these plans. And all what you are doing in your project would actually be imported into this wider plans at landscape level. I will try to hurry up. Just an example of how a section of these plans look like, basically trying to get from a potential problem to targets or measures. And these actions are country specific and even site specific, because there are particular steps proposed to be made in order to meet the targets or to eliminate the problem. I will not read, there's no time, there's no scope now for this, but I will quickly just go through the threats and objectives. We address the new or planned infrastructure project first. Then the upgrading of or maintenance of existing transport infrastructure. Here you will find this probably very familiar because it's about the wildlife mortalities caused by transport infrastructure, transport sector. But also we address other issues like changes of the land use category, land management, fencing, cultivation or management of the natural vegetation, degradation of natural habitats for different causes, game management, human-wildlife conflicts, and lack of coherent monitoring at landscape level, but also the lack of support of this integrated approach across stakeholders. What we would like to believe that the legacy of the project is this collection of questions, the list of problems, the matrix where we can you could develop such a cross-sectoral plan, and the example of actions that could be used in order to gain time in developing such a plan. The next steps, I will not read this, but maybe you would consider to using your expertise, your results into addressing landscape level connectivity. And I will finalize with another GOAT moment very quickly, if I may. 1 minute, extra minute, is that there's a meaning of this GOAT story. You may be aware of the story of the tragedy of the commons, where individual farmers use the common pasture up to a point when one of the farmers say, okay, I can have more goats, maximizing my benefit without sharing the cost proportionally. And everything were going fine until the threshold of carrying capacity was overridden, and all the farmers had to lost their their benefit. So this story actually led to the sustainable development theory, and the nature protection led to the cumulative effect approach, and make us thought about trying to adapt our individual interest for a greater goal. And I will finish by saying that maybe we are in the same situation after 100 and something years, but now we are not farmers, we are sectors with strategies, with policies, with norms and whatever, trying to do our best, integrated biodiversity, even connectivity in our approach. But somehow the biodiversity is still decreasing. Our targets on protection of biodiversity is not met. So maybe the new farmers are the sectoral which need to plan together for a greater goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Radu. There is no time for question now, but later on.
I'm happy to discuss.
And I very much like the comparison with sheep or goats. It was a goat, yes. So our next speaker and the last speaker for today will be Javier Salcedo, and he will talk about lynx, the Iberian lynx project. Javier, welcome.
Welcome. I'm Marcos. Sorry, that's not Javier, because our English is not so good. So excuse for the translator. I try to be short in the presentation. Okay. We want to tell you how was our process to trying to take out the lynx, the Iberian lynx from the brink of extinction. And well, we make a short introduction if for who don't know that. In the beginning of the 21st century, the situation of the Iberian lynx is so critical. It was declared by UCN as in critical endangered. It was in that moment we need to know exactly how is the situation between the 2000 and 2003 from the national government and the regional government make an effort to know exactly how is the situation of the lynx, and was really critical. After the field work, we discovered that we have less than 100 animals in two isolated populations, one of them in Sierra Morena, in Andújar, Cardeña, Montoro, and the other one, maybe the most known by the world, is Doñana population. But in this moment, the Doñana population is not the biggest one. The big one was Andújar. You can see the Andújar is near than 70 individuals, and in Doñana is less than 30. In that moment, we know that the situation is critical. There are no more lynx, Iberian lynx in anywhere. It's the most endangered felid in the world in that moment. So in that moment, from the Andalusia regional government, decided to implement several projects, taking the opportunity from the live founds, and started the first live project in the 2002 from 2006. And the target of this project was stopping the decline of the Iberian lynx. After that, we present and we obtain another live project from 2006 2012. Now in this project, the target was more ambitious. Is we want to increase the situation of the remnant population, Doñana and Sierra Morena, and starting the reintroduction in new areas that where the Iberian lynx disappeared in the last half century. And from 2012, 2018, we started another live project. And in this moment, we try to recover the distribution of the Iberian lynx in the Iberian Peninsula from the last century, and started their introduction in new regions, in Extremadura, Castilla-La Mancha, and even in Portugal. And actually, we have a new live project, is the Lynx Connect project. And the target of this project was even starting new reintroduction areas, but the most important is connecting between them. Now I try to explain how it's important that. Okay. Well, in the moment that we know that so critical situation in the first of the century, we need to know how is the factor that became the species to this point. And we know that this is the rabbit scarcity. If you don't know it, the wild rabbit population in Spain suffered to disease, the myxomatosis and hemorrhagic disease in the rabbit. So the wild rabbit population decreased a lot. And the problem was that the Iberian lynx is an specialist trophic animal, so it's dependent more than the 80–90% of the diet is wild rabbit. So when the wild rabbit decrease, the lynx population decrease behind them. Another problem was the human-related mortality, that we can talk about two mainly mortalities. One of them is the road kills, and the other one is the poaching and the direct persecution of the species. The other problem was the disease, the infectious disease. We discovered that in some moment could be a big problem. For example, in 2007, we have a breakdown in Doñana population by the leukemia, felis leukemia. We lose in that moment near than the 20% of the population of Doñana. So it could be a big problem in this way. And the other thing is the genetic drift, mainly in the Doñana population again, because it was the population that was isolated from the rest of the distribution from more time. In the Iberian lynx, we can talk of the spot pattern of the body, and we talk about, we have three different spots. This big one, the small one, and between them you have a needle that you can go from the maybe near from the grid one to the small one. In the Doñana population, disappear two kind of pattern. The small one and the middle one disappear. So that explains that they was isolated from big. And at the beginning of the 20th century, you could find this pattern in the Doñana population. So that means that the Doñana population suffer a really isolate from the rest of the population. So the genetic drift is a big problem. Even we discovered that the size of the caps is smaller in Doñana population than in the other places. At the beginning, you could think that maybe it's related with the ability, but I think later that we discovered finally this is not that. Is even relate the reduce of the little the size of the caps was by the genetic drift. Okay, as we detect the big threat, we start with the LIFE project. We make planning the action to resolve that problem. One of them is to increase the preyability. So we made several works in that way, doing a wild rabbit release from other places to the area that we have the Iberian lynx population, doing the this kind of management. You know, this is enclosure to release wild rabbits or make a artificial dens or several improve the grass for the rabbit. A lot of things of that way. Trying to decrease the human mortality, we improve we try at the beginning to detect the black spot in the roads, to design several actions to reduce the roadkill risk, doing underpasses or putting fence in the side of the roads or a lot of things like that. And from the poaching, we make several campaigns to detect the traps, and a lot of communication with the hunters, with a lot of people trying to change the activities in that way to reduce the mortality. Here you have several samples of animals that was caught by traps. And after several years of working that way, we can reduce that. Because I need to tell you something. It's need to understand that the habitat quality don't improve in the last century for the Iberian lynx, and the rabbit density don't improve really in the last century. So what is the thing that changed in the lynx? Was that if you see in the statistics data from Doñana, you can see that in between 2006 and 2011, the mortality rate from poaching is drastically reduced from if you compare with the previous decade. And it was only talking with the hunters and trying to find the way to work together. You know, it's for the genetical drift, we need to do that something in this way, and was the genetic reinforce, mainly in the Doñana population, because as I told you before, it's the most problematic population from the Iberian lynx distribution. And we start the genetic reinforce in the 2008. In the moment that we have the break of the feline leukemia in Doñana population, because in the most important nuclei of Doñana, with that we have 3 female home range, we lose the 3 males, the 3 adult males die by leukemia. And we approach that in that moment, during the mating season, there was not male in this area with 3 females, 3 adult females. So we take 1 male from Sierra Morena population, releasing in Doñana in the beginning inside of the enclosure, a big enclosure, about 5 hectares. And we was all the time checking this animal in a big tower near from the enclosure. And when we discovered that the female was surrounding of the enclosure and they began to have meeting by the fence, we opened the gate of the fence, and this male have meet with the 3 females. And this year we have caps with the genetica from Sierra Morena and Doñana. You can see this in this graphic, the red points is the genetic of these animals that was born in the 2008. Okay, and this was in the remain population, but the real significant change in the Iberian lynx situation was the reintroduction. We need to select the reintroduction areas. As I told you, that we start to look in the areas where the lynx disappeared in the last half century. But we need to know if the situation that take the links to the station in this area is stay again or they disappear. So we at the beginning we make an approach in a big scale with a landscape model, selecting as we need that the new areas would be out of self in the time. We thought that we need at least 50 mature individuals in this area, and Iberian lynx female usually have a mean home range about 500 hectares, 600 hectares. So we're talking, we need an area at least at 2,000 hectares with enough habitat quality and enough prey density to start the reintroduction area. So we make at the beginning a model to know this area. We write some protocols to select this area. This is the main model to select the patches over 10,000 hectares with enough habitat quality. But now we need to know how is the exactly habitat quality in a small scale, and how is the prey in this area. So we need to make a field work. We go for all these areas to make a wild rabbit sense, to know how is the real density of the rabbits. And in the areas that we have more than 10,000 hectares with high quality habitat, and the rabbit density is over 2 or 3 rabbit per hectare, this area is selected to start in the reintroduction. The first one was Guadalmellato in Córdoba, that started in the end of 2009, 2010. The second one was Guarrizas in Jaén. And after that, in the third live project, we started the reintroduction in Portugal, in Valle del Guadiana, Extremadura, Valle del Matachel, and Castilla-La Mancha in 2 places, in Montes de Toledo and Sierra Morena Oriental is the Ciudad Real province. At that moment, we released over than 400, because this data is from the last year. Most of them from the captive breeding program, but the first reintroduction area, we started with animals coming from the wild population, because the breeding program, at that moment in 2009, have not enough animals to start the releasing. So we started in this way. And now I told you something about that. At the beginning, we make for the reintroduction area soft release, because we don't know exactly how is the behavior of the animals, and we need to be sure that we have an exitous releasing. So we make an enclosure, a big enclosure, over than 500 hectares. And at the beginning, we put a male and a female with inside of the enclosure, to be sure that they have a meeting between them. And even in the first one in Guadalmellato, when we be sure that the female was pregnant, we open the enclosure for the male and release the male, and the female stay in the enclosure until he pay the caps. And after that, we open the enclosure. Actually, this data is from 2020. You can see that the evolution of the Iberian lynx was from less than 100 in 2000, from over than 1,100 in 2020. But actually, the last week, we published the data from 2022, and it's over than 1,600 links in the Iberian Peninsula. So now actually we start 2 new reintroduction areas, one in Granada, in Nayot is more or less here. Another one in Murcia, at the edge of Iberian Peninsula, in Lorca. The monitoring of the wild population is doing by zinc survey. This is footprints or scat or something like that. Camera trapping and radio tracking program. And you can see that the survival tax from the animal release in the field, even when from the captive breeding program, is really, really high. It's over than 60, 70% of the ducks survive. The mortality rates is similar than the other places. One thing that I want to tell you about now with the LifeLinks project, the main target of the project is to connect all of the new population, because we know that one of the problems is the isolated population have the risk to genetic drift because they don't have connection between them. So we know that it's really difficult between these areas find a new area to start a reintroduction, because I told you about we need at least 2,000 hectares with a high quality of habitat and a low and a high rabbit density, and it's not easy to find that. We have not more places. So, but we know that there are small places, a spot that have enough habitat quality and rabbit density to have 2 or 3 breeding females living there. So that we are trying to make a stepping stone between all these places. Looking for these areas, this small island that have enough area for 2 or 3 females, trying to produce calves that to reduce the distance between the actually population of that. So we make several models to analyze the connection between these areas with a circuit models, a theory, and looking in the best point of this model describe, okay, how is the main stepping stone that we can use for reduce the distance between the actual population. So that's I want to tell you, and this you can see this is the point that we are working and looking for that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Javier. Are there questions specifically to this presentation? Marita?
Thank you. First of all, great work. It's really impressive that you got it. We have the same problem with Links in Germany, and we have the same problems with poachers, hunters with disease, and because the population is so low, also with the roads. But I think we have to go to you and learn from you. Great work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go on.
I want, if I have 2 minutes to explain something. I think it's really important because as I told you that in the first reintroduction area in Guadalmellato, we started releasing wild animals coming from the wild population. And the problem is that even when we really made the release from wild, the 2 first or 3 first years. After that, we release animal coming from the captive breeding program, doing a genetic management, because, you know, we have a genetical that they say, okay, this animal is nice to release here. The problem was that even when you select the animal that you want to release, you don't be sure that this animal can reproduce it. So the problem was that in Guadalmellato, the founding animals that we released in the first year, it was the only one that was reproduced after 15 years. And now we think that we have a problem in Guadalmellato population because the cap rate is smaller than the other places. Even when we have a problem with the rabbit density because it's decreasing by a new variant of the hemorrhagic disease, but we thought that probably is more, it's a mixed problem. It's this prey density and the genetic problem. So it's so important that the connection between all these population, because it's the unique way that you be sure that this population could be a future for that.
Mhm. Okay. Thank you again.
Okay.
Now we do have some time for questions concerning all the presentations that we heard this afternoon. So please go ahead. Do you have questions to the previous speakers or other questions, comments in general relating to the defragmentation and the connectivity aspects that we were discussing? Annette, maybe you have a question? I think it's really impressive to see how these defragmentation projects, let me call them defragmentation because they're all about reconnecting habitats, reconnecting wildlife, reconnecting corridors are telling the success story of how we can recreate a more survivable and yeah, persistent wildlife in Europe. It tells that this is something that it promises a better future than we were expecting to have just 10, 20 years ago. Of course, there's still a lot of progress that we have to accomplish, but I think the road is paved. We know what to do. We just have to get working. Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe a question mainly for Tony, but I don't know if somebody else also can reply to this. I mean, defragmentation, we see that we know that it's very much also a political problem now of planning, of, let's say, the involvement and the proactiveness of also road authorities and the political parties. And somehow this is something which we were discussing also at some meetings of the Bison Project, that one of the causes is that the political, let's say, the political world maybe does not value enough the economic value, or we cannot economically quantify well enough biodiversity, the importance of biodiversity, also from the economic point of view. And then, so my question to Tony, since, I mean, in North America, we heard that a lot of money is spent for, probably more money is spent for infrastructures like this Green Bridge, which you were telling us in Los Angeles, etc., or San Francisco, sorry, not Los Angeles. So I was wondering if there is I don't know, in North America, some kind of parameters or some kind of approach to economically value the importance of biodiversity, which could be pressure to be used to lobby with the political world in order to push them to reduce fragmentation. I don't know if I explained my question well enough.
Thank you. I guess to give a little bit of a history in terms of how, at least in the United States, how it's been, a lot of the mitigation has been funded. For about 20 years, there's been laws passed, bills passed by Congress that were primarily focused on reducing collisions with wildlife and increasing motorist safety. And each time one of those 5 or 6 year bills were passed, money was provided by the federal government to the state agencies, transportation agencies, and they had the option to use that for wildlife mitigations or other transportation work. So at least it provided, sort of some funds for them to do some work. And the passage of those successive bills, I think there's been 4 or 5, each year each bill that was passed, there was more money. There was more money that was made available to the state agencies to implement mitigation measures. And now with this final bill that was the infrastructure bill, which was passed last year by the Biden administration, there's $350 million for wildlife crossing structures. So there's a lot of money for these crossing structures in the United States to be built, and states are, now that they're conscious, they're aware of the importance of these structures and how they're effective in increasing connectivity, saving wildlife populations, and also reducing wildlife vehicle collisions. The states are starting to build these things all over the place. So it hasn't been really a biodiversity angle that has got these things built, but it's been primarily motorist safety. And, my colleague at Montana State, Marcel Hauser, published a paper in 2009, which showed the cost benefits of these structures, which was really important for transportation agencies because their bottom line is the dollar. What's cheapest. So, and he showed that, what the threshold was in the terms of the number of accidents, average number of accidents per kilometer per year, where it made sense, ecological sense and cost benefits to build a wildlife underpass and fencing on a small stretch of highway. So that's made a big impact too. Finally using the economic data, we're speaking with transportation agencies in the language that they speak, which is, cost benefits. So that's sort of the story from the United States. In Canada, really, people think that Banff is, all of Canada is like Banff, but no, really, in Canada, we haven't been doing much other than in the national park. There's a few places, the province of Ontario, they built an overpass and some structures, British Columbia as well. But the United States is really, they have a lot of funding for crossings now.
Yeah.
Where it is published in the internet, that we can download it and present that, for example, in 2 weeks. Yes. You said there's a bill for that. And we need that bill.
Okay, I can get that information for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send it out tonight.
This is very important to
okay,
say,
sure.
just look, they can do it.
Yeah,
And also,
and I could put you in touch with, I'm not involved in a lot of that stuff in the United States, but Renee Callahan, who worked for the ARC organization, she's on top of all that stuff, and she can provide you with that information. Plus, Rob Ament is going to be there at the Bison meeting in Strasbourg, and he knows that information is as good as anybody. He's really a policy person. Yeah.
But if you say that there were some cost benefit analysis, okay, which revealed that the making mitigation interventions is more benefiting from the economic point of view. This means that probably you have data also about the, let's say, accidents and the problematics. And at least in Italy, this is a big problem for us because we don't have data. So we don't have a basis on which we could build some kind of argumentation like this. You know, if we don't even have ex-ante data of, yes, we know we have some data about the compensation paid to vehicles which get destroyed in accidents, but that's all, but not, I don't think that it's sufficient in order to come up with a proper, I don't know, estimate of cost benefits. This is not a question for you, it's just an internal, my own question mark, because we have this problem, at least in Italy, of data fragmentation, but also across Europe. I mean, we have 27 or I don't know how many different ways of assessing AVCs, etc. And so putting all that together and maybe coming up with a European policy, I think, is a big challenge. Okay, I don't know.
If I may have a comment to that, I'm a bit cautious with cost benefit analysis related to the ecological costs and benefits that we can gain from that, because we are always systematically underestimating the ecological benefits and the actual costs for the society. So I think it's a dangerous tool. It may be useful in certain contexts, but as a general planning tool, I think it must be used with caution. What we are trying now to develop in Sweden, for example, is to develop the cost effectiveness, to use cost effectiveness calculus in planning. So we're using the political argumentation that we need defragmentation and we need connectivity in the landscape. And then when the decision has to be made how we can accomplish this connectivity, then it's a question of comparing different mitigation measures with cost effectiveness methods. But the benefit for the society, the financial benefit, is a tricky one. But this is what we try to accomplish within the Bison project as well. It's the mainstreaming, the integration of this thinking of creating connectivity and biodiversity. And I believe that when this kind of thinking has been taking root in the mind of the other sectors, then it can be very simple and easy and straightforward to make a change. Further questions?
Me again, sorry. Again, with the general wondering, I don't know if anybody can answer this doubt. I mean, I'm quite new in road ecology. This is not my main expertise, let's say. So working during the LIFE project and also attending this conference, my feeling is that we're struggling a lot to defragmentate what we fragmented in the past. Really, the majority of the actions we've seen so far are actions aimed at reducing fragmentation, improving connectivity, blah, blah, blah. So my question is for people who works in these topics, like as their main job, if there is an equal effort in not creating new fragmentation, because I have quite the feeling that it seems like we always try to do something after the damage is done. So I'm asking if you have the feeling that there is now such an awareness in order to avoid creation of new fragmentation, because unfortunately new infrastructure are still being built. Also in Italy, where the situation is already crazy, but we also have new infrastructures going on. I understood from Mihai's presentation that in Romania also new infrastructures are going to be built. So is there actually the feeling that in some way we will have to cope less and less in the future with the need to defragmentate, or do you have the feeling that maybe this is just what it will be also in the future? I don't know who can answer this question.
It's a question for the, it's a
For
question for the
everybody.
audience. For everybody.
Yes, for the audience.
Juro?
Thank you. I think on the European level, the most powerful is everything what's coming from Brussels. And the main instrument is Habitat Directive. And we really see in the last decades that all large carnivores in Europe are growing in numbers. That was nicely documented and published. And part of the success is also this taking more care of where we build new infrastructure. It doesn't mean that I'm generally optimistic, but again, the main tool that goes through Habitat Directive is through the banks who are giving money, and whenever the credit is given, all the highways are built with bank credits. At least now I see this in Croatia. There is a binding part that they have to do all mitigation measures, even the monitoring. So what we are doing monitoring now is that all the highways, when they are paying back the credit, they also have to report how they are monitoring the effect of the highways. So European Union, Habitat Directive, and banks who are financing. And this is the way how it can work, and it should continue. Still, it doesn't mean that we are without problem, including with the great success of comeback of large carnivores. We see how problems are happening in Italy just a couple of weeks ago with a bad accident. It's always happening, but we should be stubborn, and there is a way.
Yes, yes. Marita?
One part, but I think we have to talk about mobility itself. I said it, what kind of mobility do we want? Do we want to go everywhere and to do everything we can? Or should we think that we reduce what we want to have and combine the actions we have? And this is not the ecological part, that is a strategic part. And I think the community has to discuss this. And then we have the possibility to avoid impacts much more. But because in the other case, we only reduce our impacts. But yes, we have to safeguard what we have now. It's not a big area we have.
So you mean by reducing mobility, reducing the demand for new infrastructure?
Yes, and we had a big conference in Germany with transport planners, and there was a big report. Someone told us about that, about the art of mobility. You can have mobility in small villages where you have all the aspects you need for your life, or you can put it on the green area. And then you have much more mobility. You need cars, you need all this stuff. And I think we have to talk about our Wirtschaften, our economy, what we are in need. So, and this is what you said, that we bring together all these parts. It is not only a part of ecology or mobility, it's a part of economy and how we want to create our life in the future. It's a big challenge, but we have to start to talk about, because how we live, if the whole world wants to live like that, we need 3 or 4 worlds.
That's true. We are using too many Earths already. Good. Are there further questions, comments, ideas? Then I give the word to Annette again.
Well, very shortly, only because I think everybody must be really tired. Thank you, Andreas, first of all, for moderating this second session. Thanks to Carme for this morning. Thanks to all of you. Thanks, first of all, to the presenters, of course, and all the audience, which has been very patient and participating. We are very happy about that. Now we let you go. We meet tomorrow at we start at 9:30 tomorrow. We try to be sharp, because then we have lunch and we go in the afternoon excursion, hoping that the weather will not, I think the weather should be quite okay tomorrow in the afternoon. So, but anyhow, please bring a rain jacket and don't forget your safety vests. And I don't know if anybody has questions about logistic issues, please come to me. And no, last thing, whoever has not yet signed the signature sheet at the acceptance there at the registration, please do it. We need it for showing to the Commission how many people have been present here. Thanks again to everybody and see you tomorrow.